I still can't hear. Hold on one second. Aha, I think I figured out what's wrong. Let's go ahead and switch to this. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear us?
Good. Life is good. Technology wise, when you get on, there's like a half dozen mics, 2 dozen other items, and occasionally you don't pick the right thing. And it's all good. It's all good. And I got Mr. Alvin here. Alvin, can I make myself host and
You
make you
are
the co?
host. Yeah, that's
Okay,
why I left the meeting. I came back in your host. So good to go.
dude, perfect. I'm the host with the most. Life is good. So, with that said, how was your weekend, guys? Like, how was it? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Did you survive it? You know, give me some thumbs up if it was good. Okay, I got Jen not giving me any thumb. Okay. She's giving me a pitiful thumbs up. It's kind of like I don't know. I survived. It's one of those things. So it's all good. It's all good. We're not. So for those of you that don't know, Jen is coming to visit Charlotte. It's going to be an exciting time. Her and Monte are going to experience Southern hospitality at its finest. Now, there's a problem. For those of you who don't keep up with the weather for Charlotte, which you should, because it's like the epicenter of all marketing, we're under a heat wave. Now, you say, but Charles, like how hot is hot? Like 108 heat index, things like that. Like later today, I may go fry an egg on the pavement just to prove to you, because social proof is the ultimate proof here. It's hot. It's one of those things, as a friend of mine would say, it's just a little less hot than hell. It is hot. So I think y'all are going to be in for a great time. So before we jump into it, I've got a quick little mindset piece I want to kind of work through everybody with, because there's really a couple ways to make this game work. You have the technical aspects of this, which is, do I know how to do A, B, and C? Can you create an offer? Can you communicate that offer on quote unquote digital paper? Can the communication from digital paper, can you transfer that belief to the person reading it? And even if you transfer the belief, can you convince them that they should give you money in exchange for what you're offering? So that's something we want to kind of talk about here from a mindset standpoint. You would be utterly amazed at how many times I've talked to people and the offers are relatively unclear. So I'm not picking on anybody here. I'm just going to use my offer. I'm just going to use a offer, randomly offer, or actually, okay, wait, I got Scarlett. I'll use her. I'm not picking on you, but I'm going to unmute Scarlett for a second. Scarlett, can you unmute for 30 and a half seconds? She's like, Charles, it's too early in the morning. I didn't get up for this.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Could you repeat that?
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. So we're talking about kind of like we're into a little mindset before we actually get into the deets, as my son would call it. So with that said, tell me about your offer.
I'm
Or-
actually here to look at because I thought Rob would be sharing his offer, so I've come here to look at the feedback you're giving him.
Perfect, perfect. I will do that. I'll make sure I get him first, so you don't have to wait. So I'm gonna go to Rob. So we're musical chairs today. Rob, how's it going? He's like, Charles, I did not get up for this. It's okay, dude. It's okay. It's okay.
It's going good. How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. We're gonna be looking at offers, but we're gonna kind of go through just a tad bit of psychology here. Tell me about your offer. I know about your offer, but I'm playing devil's advocate right now. So tell me a little bit about your offer.
So my offer is offer that is $27 and it helps anybody land a high paying job, 5 figures specifically, in less than 90 days in tech.
Good, dude. I love that. But what happens if I'm not technically savvy?
Don't matter. Anybody can do it. Anybody.
Dude, I couldn't even get headphones to make sound when I plugged this thing in.
Oh, well, shit. You may have some issues. Yeah, it might be rough for you there. I mean, yeah, like, basic stuff. Like basically, if you can get on Zoom, you can make it happen. But if you literally don't know how to turn on a computer, then it might be a little rough.
Well, okay, so there is the, and I'm playing devil's advocate. As a side note, Rob has an excellent offer, which I'm very impressed with, by the way. Just overall impressed with the offer. But when you say that, it's really interesting because I've had conversations with other people and they're like, my buyers can't turn. I'm not making this up to you. Like I've had people say, my people can't even turn on turn on the page, turn on the computer. And it's interesting because like in yours, give me 1 second here. Because from your offer standpoint, if you can do Zoom, you're good. And there are a couple of things I've kind of pieced together. I've looked at a lot of offers that have converted and a lot of offers that literally you almost had to like throw the offer in the car when they drive by and the windows down with a $20 bill attached to it because nobody was taking you up on that particular offer. And you did very good. There's a thing I have, which is, can you give me the elevator pitch? And what I've discovered is people who can't give you the elevator pitch about their offer, it almost makes no difference because that means they can't communicate their offer. And who is the clear enemy in your offer, Rob? Like who are they? Who's the enemy of the offer?
Um, I would say, I mean, it's a few. I would say confidence, the fear of starting over, not feeling, tech savvy or smart
Mhm.
enough, and just believing, lies. I got to be good at math. I know how to code. It's a few enemies. Am I kind of going in the right direction with
Did
what
you?
you was asking? Okay,
This
okay.
no. This was perfect. This is perfect because one of the things that we're and I asked these questions to Jen over the weekend, and she gave me the answer, by the way. But one of the things I see is if you have an offer but you don't have a common enemy, it makes it much harder to basically get people to say yes. And it's weird to say this, but um, if and I'm going to use the Bible as an example. If you read through virtually any Bible story, there's a common enemy in this. If you read through Esther, there's a common enemy. If you read through Genesis, there's a common enemy. And it's really interesting. Like as I've done a deep dive into worlds, religions, thoughts, things like that. And I'm realizing that the common enemy is so underused from a marketing standpoint.
Hmm.
Like it's kind of hit or miss, if that makes sense, because I'm going to pretend I'm going to buy your offer. Like, dude, actually, dude, I told my cousin about your offer. So Rob, kind of keep that in mind. My
Okay.
cousin is a contractor. He has a degree in electrical engineering, became a contractor, I don't know, 20 something years ago. He's 55. He's like, I don't want to cut another wire. I don't want to pull another wire. At one point, he was savvy with Windows NT. I mean, you could name the usual suspects. 20 years ago, dude, he knew all the usual suspects. Now, what's interesting is I told him about your offer. And you know what his answer to me was? I probably am too old to learn. And I'm like, what, dude? Where did this BS come from? And
Right.
I'm realizing that sometimes, like, we're not always addressing that common enemy because your common enemy is internal, not external. Like my common enemy is my rival, who's across town, who has a bakery business, who's trying to put me out of business. Your rival is an internal problem, if that makes sense. And
Gotcha.
those are much harder to overcome with your copy because I can always say, Bob down the street is going to get hit by an earthquake tomorrow. He's going to be out of business. You know, as random as that may be, there's somebody who believes it. You, on the other hand, are saying internally, I'm not, like your prospects, I'm not smart enough. I'm too old to learn this. You know, and guys, everyone here, including Harry, who would say, Charles, I don't have a common enemy. You have a common enemy. Most of the time, like Harry's common enemy will be, do I really want to drive across New York? Drive across this borough, think about that. Your common enemy isn't internal. Your common enemy is external. It's do I want to travel? Do I want to do this one thing? Does that make sense? And So basically having a clear common enemy makes a big difference. Rob already nailed specific results. I mean, it just like he just nailed that. I'm like, okay, he blew that out of the water. But he's got a good offer. And I think one of those things where Rob offers a very specific result. And this is one of those things where I realize the people who can't offer a specific result are going to have more of a time struggling with the offer, because Rob's offer is pretty much what? Get a certification ASAP, get a 5-figure payday. Dude, that's pretty good. So I just want to kind of throw that out there to everybody. And I can throw this in, I actually threw it in Discord, but I'll throw it in another one. Find your common enemy for your offer. It could be internal or external. Internal common enemies are much harder to overcome. What is a very, very specific, and Josh, this is something that me and you kind of should talk about. What is a very specific result you can have? Can you give me like a concrete result for the use of your offer, your product? I gotta run it down over here. Can you explain it in 10 rules? I don't know if I mentioned this last week. No, actually, I didn't. Okay, last Friday, me, Alan, and Brandon went and had dinner with the hedge fund manager. Now you say, well, Charles, okay, hedge funds are kind of cool. It really is. And it's interesting, in my conversation with him, everything he said was like very concrete. There wasn't any abstract wording in any of this guy's language. He was telling me about the business he has and the revenue per the business. And, we kind of went deep into this. It was really, 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 really big. So with that said, does that make sense to everybody? You have a common enemy, makes life so much easier. You can articulate your offer as like, give me a very specific result. It does. 3, can you explain it to me in 10 words? Now, I'm going to give you another example of this. Josh, you mind if I unmute you, my friend?
No, let's go for it.
Dude, okay. So those of you who don't know, Josh is like amazing at SEO. You know what I know about SEO? It kicks my behind. Back in the day, I was kind of good at it. Back like 1999, when if you typed in Disney, you got a porn site. So that was way back in the day. SEO has evolved dramatically. Me and Josh have been kicking around some ideas. And one of the things we talked about was, because he's very good at this stuff. For those of you who don't know, Josh basically created one of the biggest YouTubers in the men's health space. I mean, the dude he was behind it, pulling the strings. I've known Josh, I don't know, like 4 years now, maybe.
Yeah, at least
Like,
I think 4 now. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I've seen his work and it's just amazing. So Josh talking about, SEO agency. So who is the clear enemy of your basic buyer?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I have an idea. who the
I'd say
enemy is.
Google, because they're constantly changing it. I mean, their enemy is really Google, because they're one update away from being, kicked down the position.
Exactly. So literally right now, all your business comes from one Google listing, and Google has had, I'm making this up, 337 minor updates and 12 major updates in the last 10 years. So it's not if you get changed, it's when you get changed out of your position. I think that's a very, very good one. I think another common enemy is, have they used what SEO tactics or companies have they hired in the past that did or did not work? I think that could potentially be one enemy. One enemy I love is I'm not telling you the niche, but the business down the street. They're ranking above you. I think that's a very common enemy. And how much money could they potentially be getting from the listings you don't have? They stole your listings. And I think like those are very good common enemies. Google, company down the street. Literally they're one thing away from having a bad day, basically.
Yeah, I get that. I'm trying to take notes. I was having issues, but okay.
And And I feel like, the problem is, I don't know which one's the greater enemy. Google changing things are guaranteed to change, or is it the business down the street that's already, you know, ranking for your group of keywords?
Yeah, I was
It
kind of
may,
wondering about that. I had a recent conversation with somebody that was offering, he does pool and spa service, and he had an SEO company. And I looked at his website, and it's just trash compared to what he should be getting for his money. And he was having some inklings that he wasn't really getting the value. So I do think that there can be, I was curious about, like, the enemy is you have a complacent SEO company that could, because it sparks a little bit of, like, there might be a seed of doubt already, and the
Mhm.
people that have the seed of doubt might be more inclined to take a call, or be inclined to at least have a conversation around it to see if they're getting screwed. Um, is it something that's in their control? Because Google's sort of like out of their control. Who they work with is more in their control, and then who their competitors are, is a little bit out of their control. So really, it's the one thing that they do have, what is it called, autonomy over.
Yeah, that makes sense, dude. That makes sense. I will find this proposal and send it to you. I don't know if you remember Dr. Larry, or him and John were buddies. Um, Dr. Larry started Mitzvah. So he contracts a company out of Australia. They focus mainly on health. And their bill was like $16,000. And I remember, like, what are they delivering for $16,000? And it was a very inclusive package. So, I mean, it was a good deal. But I definitely remember when she did that presentation about Google. And remember, I'm extremely weak in Google, like extremely weak. PPC is great, search is not so great. And I remember really kind of hitting me at that point that she was saying, like, that was $6,000 a month. And I'm thinking, I didn't even know. All I knew was we needed X number of new clients, and that would have paid for itself. And
Mhm.
that was kind of something to keep in mind.
Hmm.
I do like that, like the thing that the enemy they can control, because you can't control Google, but I'm still going to throw rocks at it. Um, what is one specific result? And if you don't want to answer that now, because no, these are questions that, like you wake up, it's like Charles, what's one specific result you think you could get for these people?
Specific result. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because it's like we were talking about it. If I'm doing PPC or some ads, obviously we can get leads quicker. So I
Right.
think that could be something that I could, if I bake it into I could promise it. If they're not, if it's just a pure SEO strategy, uh, I would start getting them to rank for like two or three of their major keywords in the top three in the map pack, we'll say, because really it's the map pack is that most people are arguing over or fighting for.
That
So
makes sense.
yeah, it's not as quick. I mean, I'm trying to be conservative rather than shoot my shot. And if we were to talk more tangible in clients, it's so hard because my brain will say, like, well, there's some cities that are only have 10,000 people, and then they're going to want to, like, how can I promise 7 to 10 leads versus like somebody in Chicago that they could probably get that, with the right, positioning. So it's, I'm having trouble being able to promise leads or clients right now without,
That makes sense.
yeah, and apply to everybody.
Yeah. And I think one area is stick to the larger cities where you've got more of a, and I'm gonna use this as a very perfect example. A friend of mine owns a nail salon in St. George, where I live. It's a town of 2,000 boys. Sorry, 2,000 people. So if any place in the world you think, man, a nail salon, um, okay, he's Vietnamese, and there's a company called Fast Boys. The website's totally Vietnamese, by the way. And it's real interesting is they hired Fast Boys for like 1,200 a month. I am convinced Fast Boy spends like maybe 300 max, but they get a dude, like he gets amazing results, because I find in the smaller towns nobody's doing anything. Let me turn down Bluetooth off on this thing. I find the smaller towns there's like less quote unquote competition for people doing anything. Like literally, it's pretty much I have a business. There's a sign, come stop. So
Hmm.
I found like any marketing in small towns become. I mean, it's kind of like throwing dynamite in someplace.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of the small town. Quickly though, I see what you're saying. It's much easier. It's okay. I'm going to give you an example that's male oriented. I would have to think of the female oriented example. Has anybody seen the new Corvette that just came out? That hasn't even came out. This thing is a hypercar, beats McLarens, beats Ferraris. It's got an electric engine in the front wheels and like 1,000 horsepower engine in the back. It uses both at the same time, and that's how they have basically out. They're the king of the hill for cars, like supercar, Lamborghini, Ferrari eater type thing. And one way we can position this is you've got the long-term SEO, which are in the rear, and then you've got the electric engine, which could be, like the messenger ads. It's going to
Hmm.
get you something immediately, and eventually the things can cross. But one gets you results today, one's going to get you results, in a few weeks or a month.
Yeah. 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 I see what
Right.
you're saying. So but it's a more comprehensive approach because one is the long-term strategy, which is always SEO, and then the one's the short term, which gets them just how can I get them quick wins where they can start to see the benefits?
Right. And the cool thing about that is even just even just optimizing like their map pack like that's a huge deal in and of itself, because that's Google literally giving you. I mean, the conversion numbers off Google are insane. Plus, you can have, Google sends you an email when you do this, like, you got 170 leads, you got more exposure. There's a quote unquote a definitive result you can see with that.
Hmm.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now let me ask another question here. And this one's gonna be harder. How could you explain this to a total stranger in literally one sentence? I know that's gonna be hard on the spot. You don't have to do it if you have to, but
Yeah. I mean,
that's
well, don't, I mean, I think I've been sort of struggling with how do I explain it in one sentence? Yeah, because I don't really know what the offer is yet, right? I don't know what the promise that I can lead with is like. Let me see if I have something that I've written down, but yeah, I don't think I have too much right now.
okay. Um, you want to see if I can get Dr. Larry's wife, who owns a med spa, on the phone with me and you? She's a
Yeah, yeah,
friend,
yeah.
and she's from Michigan. So yeah, me and you can. I'll ask, Chris, hey, would you mind just giving me 10 minutes of your time? We'll just see, just see. We'll see what we can do.
Okay.
So with that, guys, we're getting ready to jump into actual websites, stuff, taking things apart. But one thing to keep in mind, mindset wise, guys, have a clear enemy in your offer that makes life. Somebody's got to get the rocks thrown at them. It's just not going to be us. A very specific result. I deliver X. It can't be vague. It cannot be like getting you, 2 phone calls a week is not exact. It's going to be, I'm making this up, 3, cash in hand, ready to buy my, used cars, blah, 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 like make it specific and just be able to explain it. Because I find that with the hedge fund guy, dude, he literally, I mean, everything was like there was nothing not concrete about this dude. Everything was concrete, concrete, concrete. And if you want your offers to work, make them concrete. So Barbara is on the phone. I'm gonna skip her for right now because she's like, Charles. Oh no, no, she might get off. She might get off. She could get off. Barbara, I can come back to you because she was the last one on the call last time. So I don't want her to wait around this time. I'll do one, Barbara, and then I'm gonna come back to you. Okay. So with that said, drum roll, please. I'm gonna run down. I've got a handy dandy Google Doc of people who put offers in who need me to review them. And then we're going to go do offers that are not on the Google Doc. In fact, you got it here to do it. We're going to go ahead and start. So let's start with Ishmael. Let me see. Dude, I think I saw you on here. I'm going to unmute him.
Yep, I am here.
Dude, how's it going?
Just staying out of trouble. How about yourself?
Dude, that's a good thing. Trouble is bad. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
date myself. There's a movie called Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. Great movie, but we want none of that trouble.
None of
So, dude, I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. So just kind of keep that in mind. I am always going to be the devil's advocate
and
conversation.
this is my so this is my first time here. So
Oh, dude, this is okay. This is even better yet. Okay, so you're going. First of all, congratulations. You know, so tell me what's the one thing that you're after with all of this?
so yeah, it was mainly well, we have an offer for our clients. So I wanted to kind of not just look at the offer, but I had a question about because we're running like PPC for all of them, and there's
Mhm.
one like recurring theme or like problem we run into. Uh, so I wanted to kind of look at that if that was even possible.
Dude, absolutely, absolutely. That's what we're here for. I'm here to be an extension of your brain and your hands,
Okay.
and just think of us as like an extension of your team.
Yeah.
So, I can read this, but I'd rather you tell me in
I
your
will.
own
Yeah. Okay.
words. You know?
So yeah, so basically, for the clients, we basically they sell window tint. So for like cars, people who want to tint their windows, and for all of them, we're running pay-per-click ads, and so far it's going well. The only thing is that because we're targeting people that are searching, like window tint shops near me, window tint near me, all of that good stuff. But the in terms of like the leads itself, like there's a lot of like 2008 Honda, like 2009, like whatever. So I was wondering, is there maybe any way we could target like newer vehicles with like Google ads, like that sort of PPC thing? Because like someone's searching like the keywords, we don't really know like if someone's searching window tinting near me has like a 2025 Corvette versus a 2009 Honda. So that's kind of one problem that I've ran into. We've tried some stuff. I don't know if maybe you had some suggestions for that or if that
Yes,
was something
yes,
we could
yes,
brainstorm.
yes. Yeah, let's do one at a time. So, back in high school, being a kid in a small southern town, I learned to hustle really, really good. So, I learned to tint windows, cut grass. Dude, it's like, I wrote a story a while back of a drug dealer showing up at my mom's yard. I had no clue he was a drug dealer. A friend of a friend. I tint this dude's windows. He loves it. 3 weeks later, dude, he's arrested, had like all kind of drugs in the back. I had no clue of this.
Wow.
But I will tell you, I'm familiar with window tint. I
Okay.
need to get window tint on whatever car I buy. And B, I have a friend in the UK who does mapping. You're saying Charles? So I got GPS on my phone. I don't need a map. No, no, no. They do
Yeah.
performance mapping. So,
Uh,
like basically, I roll in with I'm making this up, dude. 2025 Honda Civic, and there are things they could do. Basically, they do window tinting, they do wrapping, and
yeah.
they do the performance modules in there.
Mhm.
So I can help you with this because it was just very recently that I did it.
Okay.
And he comes to me, he's like, basically, they're like tuner shops. There's all kind of like variations on this whole thing. But like one term is tuner shops. Now, I'm like, okay, well, dude, he's telling me about this. First thing I did was there's something called Google Site Search Console, and that's going to tell you some of the keywords that people are finding it for,
Yeah.
which we mine that. Then I created this very, very complicated campaign using speed PPC that took like 15 minutes, by the way. You don't need to do that anymore. You can do it with ChatGPT. But what I ended up doing was putting in window tint. Then I put like the year, like 2009. So if you search 2009 Honda or Toyota or Civic, it would like literally pop up in there.
Okay.
So we did that. I did that as exact, broad, and phrase. Broad match kicked my behind. It basically you kind of needed to go phrase and exact for the most part.
Yeah.
Then I went to cargurus.com. And I barely scrape every make and model of car.
Mhm.
I can kind of show you. And dude, if you've already done these things, Charles, man, already done it, and it'd be
I
okay,
haven't. No, I have not.
Okay, okay. So what I did, I went to Car Guru, And let me share my screen. And dude, I just scraped everything. It took like minutes to do this, by the way. Yeah, I guess I've gone to here. They want me to verify that I'm not a bot. Okay. So what I ended up doing was go through here and just pretend to buy and literally scrape all of these. I'm just going to pick this. Then I went through, you can go into the filters and then pick like the type of car you're looking for, like Fiat, the whole kit and caboodle. Literally, I mean, dude, I'm ghetto with this. I just grabbed this right here,
Okay.
grab that, and I had like say 2009 Honda. Then
Uh-huh.
another one I would have 2009 Civic, 2009 Kia. And, I just literally went through the years, and he said there's a certain year that they don't want to work on cars.
Okay.
He said because the older the car is, the likelihood of things breaking on it that are beyond his control are much higher, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
He goes,
exactly.
and he goes, it's hard to want to do a $2,000 job on a $500 car. He goes, people
Exactly.
still want it, and so literally what we ended up doing was negating out like, 2001, 2002, like we negated out to like, I think 2016, 2017, something on that ballpark.
Okay.
So if you had anything that fell into that category, it shows up as a negative.
So is that referring to just the keywords specifically? Like negative those keywords?
Yep.
Okay.
So I will
So
use this as an example.
Yeah, what I found with window tint is maybe with the performance shop, people might be searching like the actual year, but for window tint, I haven't really seen people searching like 2013 car window tint near me. You know what I mean? Maybe it's people would for a performance shop, but for window tint, they're just kind of just searching like, tint shop near me, all of that stuff.
Right. And that makes sense. So like, are they searching for like specifics? Like in my mind, a person who wants a Porsche tinted is way more valuable than someone who wants a Nissan tinted.
Yeah. I haven't seen when we're doing like our search volume, like analysis, all of that stuff, I don't see too many like cars make and model like specific searches like
Mhm.
BMW window tinting. Like the only one that has like a decent amount of volume is like Tesla. So like Tesla
Mhm.
window tinting, which we have some ad groups for.
Did I like that? I like that. So how much volume are you guys getting?
So I think so do you mean like search volume? Do you mean like the amount of leads or
Search volume.
I think there's about like 600 to 1,000 searches a month on average between locations.
Dude, that's not bad. How many of those are you guys like capturing?
In terms of like leads, right?
Yep.
So we get about, but if it's like 1,000, we're probably getting like 100 leads, maybe 150.
Dude, that's not bad. I mean, 15% of that search volume is not bad.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, is it all just straight PPs? Is it all just straight search, or is
Yeah.
it
Straight search. I tried PMax, but the lead quality was really bad.
dude, I've got my behind handed to me more times than I want to admit with PMax.
Yeah.
The problem with PMax is it's like it's not that it's a guessing game, but like literally it's a guessing game. I mean, it truly is a guessing game because like they've only recently added the number of keywords that you can like disqualify from there.
Yeah.
Like before you could have 100 negatives, which don't basically doesn't even cover a good campaign.
Yeah.
So from your standpoint, now you're looking for more volume for these keywords, or
So we're looking for like newer vehicles, and I can also mention what we've tried. So for example, like something we've tried is like in the headlines. So we want to target like 2024, 2025 vehicles. For example, like the new cars, as you said, they're more likely to pay more for the service.
right.
So what we did is like in the headlines, we said, hey, like new car, get a tinted, or like window tinting for like 2025 vehicles. For example, that's something we tried. Noticed cost per lead went up a lot, and some cars were still not new. Another thing we tried was like I think in the Google Ads audience, we tried like choosing like an audience with like higher income, or like new car owners in like the audience. It wasn't
Yeah.
too good. And then the last thing we tried was just try to increase our like CPA, cost per acquisition, to maybe get more leads. That didn't really work. So that's just some stuff that we've tried.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I can give you examples of me, dude. I like cars old enough that can vote. I know that's probably a Charles, you're not the client. But like, dude, I like old cars. Like, it's a Charles thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But so the value of the window tinting, so like they're, the new cars are an indication of higher income,
Yeah.
and you're saying you use like the predefined audiences,
Yes.
and like I've had great results with predefined audiences like in weight loss.
Mhm.
I didn't use them for my buddy, so I can't even tell you how that part worked.
Okay.
But they do narrow it down a lot. I mean, they do narrow it down.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like I'm trying to think of like what could be a indicator of, is it, I may be getting Facebook and Google confused. Isn't there I want to say purchased like in market for new car or used car? Have you tested in market for cars?
I haven't. No, I don't think so. I've never seen that.
Okay. I'm gonna just put this in.
Okay.
I think in market for cars, or like in market for cars would be one.
Is that kind of like an audience as well?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say there was an in market for buying cars, because I got a friend who owns a dealership and they tell me that that's like their main bread and butter, in market
Oh,
for cars.
yeah.
So there's in market for that. There should also be one, and I'm pulling this from memory, dude. I'm pulling this from memory. Can you start targeting window tint sites? Like similar sites people have been to. Like setting up those custom audiences where you plug in the domain of like competitors and things.
Interesting. Okay.
So you can plug in, and this is a Google feature, by the way, you can plug in sites that are like your target site. I would look at those two.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
Next, and then this is slightly like nothing to do with PPC in any way, shape, or form, but it could be good for your relationship with client.
Mhm.
A lot of times these car like you're selling cars, whatever. Can they? And I'm assuming they've got a single location. Could you reach out to the car dealers? Hey, Bob is my client. They do window tinting. He wants to start doing window tinting. Do you have anyone you can refer to us? How can we make this a win-win?
Yeah.
Car dealers are about money, dude. They truly are about money. And like a buddy of mine just bought a truck, Toyota truck, top of the line truck. The sales guy says he makes like $400. He goes, like they make way more money on the used cars.
Yeah.
But I mean, reaching out to car dealers.
Okay.
I don't know if that would help. How much competition does he have?
In terms of like the low, medium, high, or like the CPC, or how can I?
Or competitors, like how many people locally are doing what he does?
Oh, a lot. Like there's a lot of people.
Can you bid on the comp domains?
Yeah, I've never actually done that. I always thought it was like, uh, I don't know. I personally always thought it was unethical, but I don't know if that's.
Oh, dude, you put a knife in me. You put a knife in me. I'm hurting here.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay, dude. It's okay. I am a very ethical person. I don't even like to lie. I don't even want to lie.
Yeah.
Sometimes that gets me in trouble when I tell clients, your shit sucks. There's nothing I can do to fix it. And but that happens. But it happens. But let's me and you look at one. I mean, I think it's one thing to say, is this working? But you want to look at like maybe a different account that I went started bidding on competition. Would that help? I mean,
Sure. Yeah.
it's not
Sure.
I personally don't believe it's unethical in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I believe it can piss people off. There is no question on that. When you have the ability to make people, angry, but if you got a client who goes, I need to kind of stay in business,
Yeah, sure.
No, that's kind of one of those things. So let's look at what bidding on the competition does. Okay. So this is a mortgage company, by the way. So let's kind of keep that in mind. This is mortgages. Um, how much do you think a mortgage lead would cost?
No idea. Like 50
Okay,
bucks?
I like 50. 50 is a good number. For those if you don't know, I slid him like $20 PayPal to make me look good today on this call. So let's look at cost per conversion for leads. I'm bidding on the competitor's name, competitor's URL here.
Okay.
Um, I paid $15.72 per conversion,
Hmm.
which is what most people are paying per click in this
Yeah.
particular, business. Bidding on another competitor name, $25. Big list of competitors,
Yeah.
$29. I mean, we're talking for 300 leads, 200 leads.
Yeah, that's
Here's
crazy.
one for 970.
And is this a case of like on the ads, are you saying like you're better, or is it just your regular headlines? Like we also do this, for example.
Okay, so let's look at this. So we never mention the competitor's name in the campaign because that creates that creates legal issues, and we don't want legal issues. We cut down on those legal issues.
Okay.
But what we will often do is take all these names and start bidding like on their domain, their name, the owner of the company, and I'm going to use this as an example. 10% conversion rate, which is insane, like literally insane.
Mhm.
Like 294 conversions for $16.76.
Yeah.
Now, out of that, I'm going to use, out of the, let's say 300 conversions, if they close 10 of those things, into mortgage, I mean, if they close one of these things, it paid for the whole process.
Okay.
So that's kind of the thing to keep in mind.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, it comes down to like we're just bidding on the competitor's name, a few other close variants, and we got all kind of stuff thrown in here as well. But that's kind of the magic of it. Like here we're bidding on, I don't know what this is. Okay, here I got 2 clicks. Okay, this one sucked. Horrible. I was trying to bid on a different domain name. So keep in mind, not every domain name is going to work, but just take your competitor's domain name, break it up into every variation you can think of, start bidding on it, like Bob window tent space.com. I can give you a template of this if it would help you.
That would, yeah.
Oh,
That would help a lot. Yeah.
okay. Let me make me a note here. Okay, I'm gonna give everyone the list of domains for PPC. Okay, and basically you just plug, and you can do this with ChatGTP, by the way.
Okay.
Plug it in and say, give me a list of all the variations, and I got this template. And basically you plug in one domain, it's going to create like probably about 60 or 70 different keywords from that domain.
Oh, okay.
And have, like no guarantee it will work because it depends on like volume and stuff like that. But the people who are searching for your competitors can't use their name in the ad,
Yeah.
but you can be, you can kind of do your sales magic in that.
Okay. And one follow-up question on that. If we were to do that, would you suggest having some like software like a click guard or a click ease? Because I'm thinking like if a
Yes.
competitor keeps seeing your name, they would just spam click you to like waste your money.
Yep. And if
Okay.
you want to take it a step further, you set the campaign everywhere up in the city except for the competitor's office location. You exclude like a 1 kilometer around their actual address.
That's really smart. Okay.
But when they go home, they'll see it and they'll start clicking like crazy. So yes.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And then last thing, this was super, super helpful, by the way. Last thing, is there anything on the landing page we can maybe say to just show that it's like newer vehicles? Like, should we just add images of just newer vehicles only? Should we like maybe put it in the headlines that we kind of specialize in like new vehicles, or would you say just keep it standard here?
I'd keep it standard. The question becomes, does he want older vehicles at all?
Yeah, very. I mean, the conversion rate on older vehicles I've noticed is extremely low, but we don't want to stop like lead flow as well for like,
And if you come in and just say, exclusively for, I'm making this up, 2020 and above, lead flow goes down, but your cost per click's still there. The only way I would probably do it, and I would definitely I'm gonna stress testing this literally. I'm making this up only for 2019 and I'm making this up 2020 and above.
yeah,
But when you do that, you're basically and every business is different. Your click-through rate will go down because like I said, you're getting a 2019 to 2016 Honda guys. Nothing wrong with that. I love Honda.
Yeah.
But basically they're not going to be clicking on the ad.
yeah. So this would be a
So-
headline then, right? So they're just kind of see it and they don't pick. Okay.
Right. So that would be one thing. But I mean, if he's still converting these people, man, convert them. I would definitely not be opposed to it.
Okay.
Like that's just kind of, dude, that's kind of me. But I will tell you this though, it's like an iframe or something here. I don't know how that's going to display on a mobile,
Yeah.
but these iframes, man, they wreak havoc.
Okay.
Vehicle description, project details, submit form. And there's nothing wrong. I mean, dude, the page looks good. I mean, new cars, free quote. I mean, dude, the page looks fine.
Mhm.
Other than I can't read these, but that's
Yeah,
neither
that's
here nor
true.
there.
Okay.
And I would probably put like terms of service, privacy policy on the bottom of it, just to just to keep Google happy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I would fill out these FAQs a little more. Use ChatGTP,
Okay.
to fill that out. And by the way, when you click it and it turns red, it's a little harder to read. The white's easier, but I see why you're doing that.
Okay.
Can wind attempt be removed? Like one of the questions I've got, does it come with a lifetime warranty? Will it, will it make my car cooler and easier to drive? Yes.
Yeah.
What type of window tint do they use? Like go into those details
Okay.
and people will love it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that was super helpful. Just one last question. You mentioned like test all of this stuff. Like how do you set up testing? Is it like you test one thing for like 2 weeks and then test another thing, or is it would you do multiple campaigns and like test them side by side?
I'll show you what I did. Let's go to Pearl. Let's go to ads. So like, dude, I had like no shortage of let me go back over here. Let's go. Let's see what we got here. Make it so like basically what I'm doing is like creating multiple ads.
Mhm.
They're not all only two of them running at the same time.
Yeah.
And there's a setting in Google which basically says show the winning ad more often. I turned that off. I want to show both ads evenly because Google will often pick a winner before I'm ready, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That does.
So I'm going to use this as an example. This was the control, 2,000 clicks, 4.78 CTR. Dude, that's not a bad day.
Yeah.
The next one here, 9% CTR. Like, hallelujah. Like, like all things being equal, like, man, this thing just doubled the number of clicks,
Yeah.
but the cost per click went up.
Mhm.
Conversion rate, went up with that. So it's one of those things where if you notice here, cost per conversion 14 versus 15, that's about $1 difference. It may not seem like a lot, but it starts adding up quickly.
Yeah.
So you need to basically, I always split test ads to see which one, knowing that the more disqualifiers you put in the ad copy, the higher the conversion rate will be,
Mhm.
and the lower the click-through rate will be.
Okay. And just as an example, then, so I can have like one as the control ad and then the duplicated ad. As an example, I can just change that one headline, like only 2020 and newer vehicles, and then let it run for like a couple weeks, and then kind of see all of those numbers and then compare.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. Dude, that helps.
That, yes, super helpful.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna go to Barbara.
you.
Let's go pull up Zoom here. Barbara, how are you doing? You were last. I told you I was gonna make you first, but you were on the
Hi.
phone.
You
How are you
catched me you catched me in the middle of it. So
It's all
hi.
good. It's all good.
Yeah,
How are
I
you
was
doing
going
today?
back and forth. I'm doing well. Just wondering, I mean, summer is a tough time selling chocolate, and the last week our sales really dropped, and it's not good.
Okay.
So the question is, if you have some wise words or ideas, what else we could do? We do a lot of organic activities. We post lots of video content on Instagram. I think we post 5-6 times a day. On TikTok, post a video on our own every day. We have like automated content that we post generated through AI. We send a newsletter every day. Our newsletters convert not too bad, could be better, but if you don't send newsletters, we don't sell. So newsletters are a big thing for us. But when it comes to cold traffic, it's not doing so well.
Okay. Okay. Could you throw your domain here in the chat? Just it'll save me
Sure.
time from grabbing it. And let's just kind of talk about things
And
because
I have another question. And who here does have an iPhone?
me, like that's the only thing I own. Like my dad had a Galaxy something for like 10 minutes. I'm like, Pop, let me buy you an iPhone.
So,
Nothing wrong
yeah.
with the address.
Yeah,
Just
we have sometimes people reporting, especially when they use a link from Facebook or Instagram, that they get an error on the iPhone. I do not have an iPhone, and I never will. Just
okay. Well, okay.
to make that clear.
It's okay.
But
It's okay.
we don't know
Yeah.
the number of people who leave because of that,
Okay.
which is
Well, a couple things we can do. One, do you have Google Analytics?
yeah, of course we do.
Google Analytics are good. Add me to your Google Analytics, not right now, but just add it so we can take it. I can show you how to look at that data.
Yeah, we
and
use a tool
Clarity.
for analytics. It's called Matomo, which is pretty good too.
I'm familiar
You're
with those
aware of that?
guys.
Yeah, that's what we use because it gives us a little bit more insights. We ourselves don't look so much at Google Analytics anymore since they updated it because it's confusing.
That happens. But think about this.
Which email address do you want to add to the analytics?
I'll send it to you because I don't want to like give my address here.
You can
I'll
send it
to you.
through
Hit
Discord.
me up. Yes, hit me up on Discord. Okay. So I'm gonna share screen here and let's just talk about things. Okay. That's the easiest thing to do. So you're having an issue where chocolate is, basically it's hotter. People aren't necessarily as interested in chocolate, and one of your competitors, M&M's, well, not really a competitor, but in the same category, their slogan is melts in your mouth, not in your hand, because it's in the candy shell. So it's obvious from the standpoint, chocolate melting is not good. How do you send the chocolate? Just you've told me before, but how do I get my chocolate without it melting?
We use insulation and ice packs and fast shipping methods. And if I'm not wrong, further down, we advertise our no melt guarantee on the front page as well.
Okay. So it's
like
hot.
a bluish banner.
You're in Florida, right? I think you're somewhere in Florida.
Yes.
It's hot. It's like a degree less than South Carolina. It's hot. And a heat wave. And when it gets hot, I would presume sales are slowing down through the summer.
Yes, every year, yes, but it's especially slow this year.
Okay, that makes sense.
One of the reasons could be that we had to increase our prices a lot, tariffs and stuff. So this is one of the reasons potentially. But yeah, here it is.
Okay. No melts, no wonder, no worries with UPS thing. Okay. I'm clicking it thinking I'm going to go to like, an expanded page or get a pop-up on it, but that's fine. I do like the melt. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Here, I didn't see it. I would probably make that black link blue because I didn't see it. Didn't quite understand. I'm
Uh-huh.
just I would make that. If you could make that a blue link.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they have to scroll to even see that,
Mm-hmm.
which my mind is. Does this mean no melt on this chocolate or no melt on any chocolate?
On any, it doesn't. So when we ship, we basically ship everything the same way, but
Mhm.
if someone selects a no melt guarantee, which doesn't cost them anything more, it comes with a required signature to avoid that it sits outside in the sun and melts away.
That makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm gonna tell you what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you have to scroll to see this banner, which is
Mm-hmm.
not good because not everybody scrolls.
Because now it's
I would
important, right?
Right. I would, especially during like in the wintertime, I'd be like, take it off. I would probably move it right here.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, when they're seeing it, there's like a ha, like there's kind of this big
Mm-hmm.
moment. Um, that would be the easiest thing to do. Um, sometimes they have these, like basically it's kind of like a little header, almost like a mini header at the top where they, like free shipping over $75 type stuff. But I would literally put that there. I'd
Mm-hmm.
move, for simplicity, move this up.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I go to the web page, I don't see it anymore. And the
It's not on
problem,
the product pages, that's right.
okay. And the problem is I can't tell you what I wore yesterday. And I slept 11 hours. So I'm like good sharp. I would probably look at putting that potentially somewhere in here, or even, like I would stress it somewhere, even if it happened to be like, okay, this is a perfect example. Remember, I got my carousel. Could you add the no melt banner as a carousel here?
Sure.
Okay. See that
We would just need to add it to each product, but yeah, doable.
that would be one thing. That way when I'm looking at it, like, oh, it's not gonna melt. Because if I look at this, you know what? And this is just me, Barbara. I'm thinking it's gonna come. I'm not even gonna work because I think it's gonna melt before it gets to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was joking. I wasn't really joking. You could fry an egg today, but Thursday you'll be able to fry one for sure. But I would put that in all the carousel images, and I think that would be something that would help.
Mm-hmm.
So now, do you talk about the no melt guarantee in emails and social media and TikTok?
Yes, in social media, not so much actually. That's a good point. In the emails, every newsletter in summer has a section about our no melt guarantee.
Okay, so let's just pop over here for a second. Huge cocoa beans. Looks like a really cool experience. I like it. Let's go ahead and like this. Now you got 30,001. Okay, so what I'm also going to do is look at what are other people doing, because the cool thing is, one, you're not the only person having to deal with this. That's kind of the nature of this beast here. Premium chocolate, fair trade. I would probably come over here and just and certainly test everything, but add a section in here, no melt guarantee. I would also be posting this, maybe even pin it during the summer. Like, hey, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Summer's here. Everyone still loves chocolate, but nobody wants to get a box of melted chocolates.
Mm-hmm.
We have a no melt guarantee. I would also grab your non iPhone phone, the other one, the Android. I'm joking with you on that. Go get a shoebox, or basically even better yet, you see, because you're not competing against the Hershey's in the air condition. You're not competing against that. What I would probably do would be go get a Hershey bar, though. Print, take a piece of white paper and print, like tape over the label or replace it. Put the shoebox in the sun for an hour and grab the video, like, hey, like put it in a, a US postage box or something. Like, it doesn't have to be a postage box, but pick it up. Or even put Hershey, this is even better yet. Put Hershey's syrup in like a Ziploc bag, punch holes in it, and put the bag in the envelope. Hey, nobody wants to have melted chocolate, when it's, on the 4th of July. That's why we ship ours. And then you show your shipping, like the little, styrofoam container, whatever you ship it in. This thing stays cool for 4 days. When you get it, it's going to be cool and crisp as the minute it left the freezer here in Florida. Or wherever you're shipping from. I would make a video showcasing before and after. Like, this is what you probably expect, but this is what you're going to get. That get your husband to hold that up and you film it. I mean, it doesn't even have to be professional. It just needs to be, wow, that makes sense, because you're bringing contrast to it. Because if you say there's no melt, when you're making a statement, but when you show, it's like a demonstration of magic. If you ever look at like the ShamWows or any of the TV, like I'm dating myself, the Ronco rotisseries, they were showing real life how things work. And I think that would be one thing. Put that on YouTube, put it on social media, link it to the email. That would be, I think that would be one thing that helps. Tell me about your open and close rate. What kind of open rates do you have?
In the newsletter?
Mm-hmm.
Usually somewhere between 21 and 23%, most of it, if it's that's a regular daily newsletter. If we do it with a big sale, like a coupon, then they go up maybe 32%. Give me one sec.
I like that. Okay. I came to your site on June 9th. Remember, I opted in. And man, this bread looks great. I decided I want chocolate. I want bread. I would probably modify this header, by the way, to more on brand with what you've got. Okay. The 9th, you sent me a remarketing email. There again, I'd modify this header. Bring it on brand. The 12th, but I don't remember getting any emails after that.
Did you sign up for the newsletter?
I think I just did the abandoned cart.
That is just abandoned cart, yes.
Okay. So is it anyway, and legally I don't know this, if I opt in for the abandoned, if I opt in trying to check out, can the abandoned carts do the abandoned cart and then add me into the regular newsletter, or do I have to specifically say add me to the regular newsletter? I mean, I don't know that.
Yeah, we could do that. Those who do abandoned carts, because what we do, we have currently 2 ways how they get on our newsletter. The first way is they actively sign up on our website, either with the pop-up that comes, you probably put it away, but at the very, very bottom is a link to sign up for the newsletter, also on the left, right? But also everyone who orders also gets on our newsletter, so I can also add those that are sign up for the cart.
Okay, this is something to keep in mind. Humans are very visual. Like I'm scanning this. I mean, I look at hundreds of sites a day because I didn't see an opt-in box. It never even hit me that this was not, like, I didn't even realize it was a newsletter, if that makes sense. Could you put the newsletter opt-in form here versus having here, because it's all white and this blends into me? Is there any way to embed that form down here?
Should be doable, sure.
Because I think that would help a lot. Okay. Okay, so let's enter this in. Let's see. Kirkland. This is my real phone number, but I don't ever pick it up. Well, I do pick it up, but not often. And CR Kirkland. Okay. I just opted in. Life is good. I'm just asking, could you switch this out to an SMS deal where it's like, hey, sign up for SMS Insiders Club?
You already did.
Perfect. It's just not showing.
Yeah, you entered the phone number. You will get an SMS.
Oh my gosh. You did a double whammy on me, man. Barbara, you are good here. And that's funny. That was so good. I would probably give me a consent or something here, but darn, that was so good.
We don't use this opt-in for anything else but getting that code. If if you check out, there is like a fine print with your phone number that you will receive marketing messages.
That's okay. I'm the dude that likes marketing messages. I mean, like just love them. Like I will watch infomercials all night till my wife goes, I think it's time you go to bed. I'm like, okay, sweetie, I'm going to bed. I'll go to bed now, blah, blah, blah. So it's interesting. Like, I like that. Cones made
We know them well. We're very friendly with them, Fruition.
good.
Yeah.
Crushed the competition. But let's go ahead and spoonful of comfort. Oh, that's good, except the Father's Day is like 2 weeks past. Whatever. Cocoa Town.
That's an equipment supplier. So they
Oh.
sell chocolate making
Stuff.
machines.
Academy of okay, I'm going to skip this one here.
Yeah, this is a chocolate awards
Okay.
company.
Okay. So I think having one where you're talking about, like, you hold up that box that's got chocolate syrup melting out of it. And me being the dude I'd pick up the melted one and put a glass of like milk under it. Go, it works great for chocolate milk. But if you're not looking for chocolate milk, then pull yours up and then wrap it.
I like that idea.
I would do that. I would do that. I would. Go ahead.
And replacing the Facebook banner as well, the header now in summer.
Right. Because that's the biggest concern right now to me is I'm not ordering chocolate because it's going to melt. I love chocolate as much as the next guy, but I'm like, it's going to melt, And also, I'm just going to throw this out there. What value? Everything in marketing has to provide some value. Like what I would do is replace that image here. And what happens, have you ever seen like the button that says click here? Barbara, you pronounce Charles, I've seen it a million times. I would take this. I would take this image right here. I mean, literally take this image with the buttons, put it here. And then when you paste the image, it allows you to like put in like this text description. I would literally have, when they click here, like literally my links go into my website right here in this text description. Like, hand scoop chocolate here, boom, boom, like 4 or 5 text links. Because when I see it, like I'm gonna click on it. I just, click on it. Like this looks cool. I'm gonna pretend I'm your buyer, which I would be your buyer. I'm like, okay, cool. The dude's got, it looks like a cool experience. He's juggling it or getting ready to pick him up. I don't know. But it doesn't tell me about you. And you got 30, this means you had 30,000 people, 31,000 come by, say, I'd like to follow you. I'd like to learn from you. I'd like to do something, And I think that would be a help. Replacing that and then, posting about, don't worry about your chocolate melting.
Yeah.
Here's a video.
So if you shift reload that page, the no melt banner should be already.
What? You are fast.
There. You potentially need to clear the cache because you're on a Mac.
I can't do that. I can't do that right now. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Yeah, it is already there.
Let's new private window. No, maybe it's just not published. Okay, I'm gonna close that out. Yeah, I think that's going to be one thing, and talk about that in the newsletters. Like talk about that in the emails. Link it, have that video. Pin it here, share it, put it on this, put it everywhere you can find it.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And educate those people. Educate. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's a good action for today because this is right now it is hot out there.
It is.
I see that concern.
So I'm gonna pop over to Andrew because he was one of the last people on the call last time. Dude, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Charles?
Doing good. How's the weather in your neck of woods, dude?
I live in right outside of DC, so not far from you. So same weather. It's gonna be like in upper 90s until next Tuesday, I guess. For the next 8 days.
That's
Isn't
not
that the same thing you got?
pretty much. It's funny, like on the East Coast, you kind of get the same. There's really not a lot of difference, if that makes sense. You know. So let's go ahead and I'm going to share your share. Okay, let's make sure I pick the right desktop. So devil's advocate, I can read this or let's talk about it. Okay. And I'm going to pop over here. And you made some changes from the last time we looked at this, by the way. And we often say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I think in this time it can be. Here are 4 things that scale drop-off catering. Calendar, lead time. I mean, dude, that to me, that's sexy. Okay. Save time. Payment control. I like that. Kitchen prep and fulfillment. Dude, I love this one right here. Because you said like it's a big deal to have like that breakdown of the offer. Kitchen prep, packing list, invoice. Huge time saver. Huge time saver. Dude, like I know Bill Gates is a client, so this is good. Little social proof going on there. Customers that need hand holding. This is perfect because I've got to order some stuff for a catering thing, and I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, dude, it freaks me out. It's like they're gonna forget about me. Like these are things you worry about.
Yeah, just to add more context, like the reason why that's there is because like our main feature is online ordering, and when people they're not very technical, so when they come on, they'll be like they assume that all it does is allow people to order and they have no intervention in it. And so like over time, like like Alan is always like address people's limitations. So
Yes.
that's why we had to add in features that allowed them to take care of people that needed hand holding.
Dude, I like this. 99 per month, which is dirt cheap in business, by the way. 14-day free trial, 30-day money back guarantee, commission free. Like to me, this is sexy. We've got that. I do love the memes like this. It just makes it so much easier. Because it literally sounds like, dude, you do everything for them, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Takes 15 minutes. Sweet. So let's pop back over to questions here. Okay.
So actually, the main question above was, me and you were exchanging DMs, and you were like, the next step is to try to improve the headline and the hero section
yes.
of that landing page. Yeah. So like that was the main question.
Okay. Okay, this is a really good question or an example. This is a good example. We fixed 20 plus bottlenecks of streamlining your catering process. Okay. Go from doing everything by hand, which is what they're doing now, dude. You're not pulling them from other business. You're pulling them first time people kind of moving into this, to having online orders turned into kitchen prep sheets automatically. That's a big deal. What I would add, what else do you do beyond the kitchen prep sheets?
So the concept that I've been playing around with is like we've been doing about this 20 plus bottlenecks. And I would think that it's more like this headline would go from doing everything by hand to having online orders turn into kitchen prep sheets automatically, and everything in between basically done for you. It streamlines all the other stuff in between that you haven't thought about that you do. And it's like 20 plus things that you probably do.
Okay. So dude, like in my mind, this is where like I'm just gonna pop over here, by the way.
You can write in my doc too. You should have
okay.
editor. Yeah.
Okay. I just don't want to like start like slicing and dicing and be like, no, Charles, no. This to me is sexy, but like, I'm making this part up, plus, I'm making this up, plus 20 other things, I would kind of stress like this is just a start, plus we do X number of other items, if that makes sense. Plus 21 other features.
One thing, there's like a scientific word for it, but it's like when people have been putting up with stuff they don't like doing, they've become
Mhm.
kind of blind to it. It's
Yes.
almost like it's not just bottlenecks, it's more like 20 things that you hate doing that you've become oblivious to. Like that's kind of the concept. Like I have a chat GPT chat somewhere about that. Yeah, it's is is that something you're thinking of, or do you,
Hmm.
I don't want to
Okay, I
waste
feel
more
like
time.
it.
Go ahead.
No, dude, you're not wasting any time.
Okay.
What I feel like is I almost feel like this is the only thing you do, which I know it's not. But I know that we're not trying to sell everything. Um, but I just feel like here it leaves questions for what else. Like I feel like this is where you could kind of like going from doing everything by hand to having online orders turned into kitchen prep sheets automatically, plus 21 other critical tools or something like that.
Okay.
I'm just kind of thinking ways to, and now part of this depends on the ad, which we'll take a peek at in a minute. But looking at it, I love this piece right here. I love it. Honeycart makes ordering catering easy. Customers a fraction of the cost of a full time. Like, but I feel like this could have a little more bite in it, if that made sense.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Alan mentioned showing them that something is possible before they care about it, how it works. Lower on the page, I would keep the demo. I would say, what does clarity say about it? Or how much interaction do you get with this video? Like what percentage of the people are playing that video?
I'd say, I mean, without knowing the exact stats, less than 20% probably click play.
Okay. And dude, that's perfectly okay number. So potentially and I'm just thinking out loud, like one thing is some people are going to literally watch that video, some people are going to read. What I would do would be add those testimonials, like like potentially when I got to the end of the video or something, I would just stack in testimonial, or stack testimonials in between. And I haven't watched the video, so like every time you talk about something, every time you kind of like change topics or subjects in the video where there's a break, add testimonial. Literally, if you got 20% of the people watching this video, dude, hit them with your best.
Let me ask you
Layer in.
this.
Mhm.
What about like this? This is a thumbnail that's just an animated GIF of a clip in the thing. Why not have a custom thumbnail with a testimonial overlaid on it that says "Watch me to see proof" or something like that?
Yes,
Like,
I think that would be a good move.
okay,
Because right now all I see is catering, barbecue, and dude, I'm not into barbecue. You know what I'm in? I have a steakhouse, or I have a Chipotle or a Southwestern thing, and I know that doesn't make a difference, but we believe others before we believe ourselves. That's kind of one of those things. So having like something like that, and take that thumbnail and kind of tweak the contrast, make it pop up a little bit. Have them play, see the testimonial. You go into the pitch, testimonial pitch, kind of just keep alternating. And dude, under every one of these things, like streamline ordering, I'd have a testimonial. Section 2, testimonial. Section 2, testimonial. Like if you could layer those in, I think that would be huge.
okay.
And literally, I would put tests, depending on how many you have, I'd have them all over the place. Like when you got to the bottom, um, like behind the book of call, I would literally, hey, here's more. Um, Now I've got a question. Here it says book and save 250. Where did the 250 come from?
So that's the account setup. Remember you were saying like sounds like you do everything for them
Mhm.
to set them up. We usually charge 500,
Okay.
and so we are giving them a 50% off on the setup, which is
Okay.
already dirt cheap. $500 is already cheap.
That makes sense. Okay. I see where it comes from. Give you 250 off the setup. Dude, that's good. That's good. Okay. I think that would be layering testimonials through the copy, plus putting testimonials in that video would be just the cat's meow.
Uh, one side question. So
Yes.
ever since I sent you that DM like on a Wednesday,
Mhm.
I've switched my ads that I've been testing, working on with you to point to this new page, but just haven't gotten any clicks yet, which is kind of odd. So,
Clicks to the ad? The ads hadn't got any
yeah, the
clicks to.
ads, I kept the ads the same from last week. Nothing has
Okay.
changed. I just changed it to this new page, and the ads have not getting any clicks. So, I mean, should I be more aggressive and try something else? I know you told
Have they got
I haven't done the retargeting that you told me to because I just was working on this, but go ahead.
only so much time in a day? Okay. So have the ads gotten impressions, by the way?
Yes.
How many impressions have they gotten?
You
Can you
want me to
share
share
screen
it?
if you yeah. I'm gonna
All
stop
right.
sharing here.
All right.
I'm gonna stop. Okay, I'm gonna hit allow here.
All right.
Okay, let's take a peek at it. So, okay, drop off here. So the ad copy itself hasn't changed, just the URL has changed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So you see here, this is the ad that has gotten conversions
Mhm.
that you told me to turn back on. These are the ones that we've been testing ever since I got on these calls with you. This is the new URL.
Okay.
So
47 impressions and this exact same keywords.
yeah, I didn't change any keywords or anything.
And the only thing changed was the link to the page.
Correct.
Okay. The one that you got here, because this 47 impressions, you could literally go 47 impressions without a click. That's not the end of the world type thing. It just looks like it hasn't before you start changing too much stuff. I don't think you've got enough impressions to trigger, if that makes sense. Also, the ad strength is poor, so Google's going to be less likely to want to show that. Can you back up to like maybe 30 days before this? And let's see what the click. Okay, your click throughs are still, before we made any of those
Um,
changes.
there's some ads that got paused. So
Okay, that's cool. That's good. Okay, I just want to make sure your click through rate wasn't like 9%, and then it drops down to like
okay.
2%. It just looks like it's not gotten enough impressions,
Okay.
and it looks like CTR. It's about 1%. So I like the ones at 3 though, dude. Yeah, I do like
Yeah.
the 3% CTR.
Yeah. Same. These are identical. I just copied them and just switched the URL.
Okay. What I would probably do is take those that are there's one that's got the 900 impressions, 29, like the 3% dude is like, add this to your website, make Cater Nordic easy. Switch out that URL, dude, and turn that one back on. I would definitely want to see that one turn back on because that one at 3.4 is like looking good. I don't see a lot of, conversion data going on for that, but that's fine. But turn that one on or turn the one like add this to your website. Put that in there. And I think that I would like to kind of come up with something. Send me a copy of the of what you got here. I want to test out a different piece of ad copy.
You want paste it right now?
Yeah, just throw this to me into and I'm gonna come back to that.
Which ad you want to see?
Actually, dude, I can do it for me. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna try to come up with a variation of this ad, dude, for you. I'm just gonna drop this in the desktop. After the call, I'm gonna come up with one. The fact, okay, this is sometimes you get the great thing about pay-per-click is it's not always right. But look at this. By adding this to your website,
Are
streamline.
you on your screen? Shoot.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
You want me to stop sharing?
No.
Okay.
Okay. You've got an ad that's got 3.3%. You got 29 clicks.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, add this to your website, make ordering easy, get sales instead of inquiries. Like, dude, for whatever reason, that one is still, that one is still great. So I would switch out the URL to the new URL for that and just see how that performs. Because it sounds like, and it's one of those things where it's interesting how if you go on down, like, and we don't have enough data yet to like really be able to nail some stuff here. But if you look at the bottlenecks are converting at 3.4, like fix 20 catering bottlenecks by adding this to your website. And dude, the great thing about Google is you can have 3-4 ads running enabled, and it's not going to like, and it doesn't hurt anything.
Would you like me to this one that already got clicks? You want me to change that to the new URL too?
I would change that to the new URL because I really do like. I'm surprised that the bottlenecks are doing better than the add this to your website, because add this to your website indicates that they have to do work, which I thought was really interesting. Now I noticed you don't have site links set up.
I thought I did.
Click that pencil icon again. Let's just check it out.
This
It might
one
be
right here?
something with, yeah. Click that pencil icon. Okay. Okay, so keywords, catering online software. Okay. So Google is not happy because you're not using. And the thing is, dude, their ad strength index is not an indicator of anything good or bad, because sometimes the best ads have the poorest results. But I can, that's how Google is, looking at this catering online ordering software. Okay, scroll down. Okay, so stop right there. If you click on, there's a blue button on the left-hand side that says headline. Like, they're giving you the ability to add in like 5 or 6 more headlines. I would add in more of those headlines and give Google the ability to start rotating through these things.
The reason why I didn't do that, because I thought like I don't have any way to know which one clearly converted. I mean, I couldn't tell from the reports like which one was the one that was really making a difference. Like it shows me like the previous page you could click on, it's basically showing you different combinations, and I couldn't
Right.
never. So you're saying load this thing up.
Right. Because basically, you're getting a poor, and you may want to like copy, like basically, clone the ad first. Load it in with like a lot of like really, really good keywords, and I think that's going to help boost that. So go down to your descriptions, because if we can get that from poor to excellent, dude, your clicks will get a little cheaper. And so the way that the machine learning works, dude, is like they just need lots of variations. The variations can be relatively close, but it kind of needs lots of those variations to be able to like.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. So basically,
so unpin these things, and then add more headlines and let it figure it out.
Yep.
Because like what I have right here, pinned 1 and pinned 2, it's almost like a really long sentence that I tried to do, and that the second sentence doesn't make any sense.
What about the first sentence?
Yeah.
I don't pin them, dude. I don't pin them. Make customers happy,
Okay.
boost productivity at a fraction of the cost of a full-time hire. Unpin those. Account can be ready to set. Like, I would really kind of come up. I like those, and I would try my best to like come up with like when I'm talking variations, dude, like wow variations.
Okay.
Okay, scroll down. Do you have an image set up?
Sorry, I was writing this.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Okay,
No.
add some images, dude. Add images. Like, I would add in happy customers, or something that shows like you made more sales, or even like a screenshot of the software that's not complicated. You want to give
Okay.
it, basically you want to give it like every possible way to like show your ad, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sorry.
Okay. Oh no, dude, don't never say sorry. You're good. Okay, scrolling down, because you'll be able to add like probably like 5 or 6 different images. Do you have a business logo, like the big H for Honeycart?
Yes.
Okay, add that in. Not right now, but like when we're done. Go to site links, let's look at the account site links. Click on that little drop down arrow. Automate manual processes, features. Okay. I would probably keep, watch the demo, money back guarantee. I would talk about like whenever you're writing these things, kind of think about them like when we're starting earlier on, like give me a specific result. Oh, you broke it. Give me a specific result that you do. Um, you know, and I'm going to make this up. Save 5 hours with product. I need to pull your page up to look at it. Like save 5 hours with how you do the menu breakdown. The parts list.
Yes.
Like I would use that. I think that because automate manual processes is a vague thing. So I would be very specific. Say 5 hours a week with automated, menu plans. And your 21 bottlenecks, dude, put your 21 bottlenecks in there. Like one link would be like see testimonials.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I just need to pull your site up and kind of help you with that. Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. One of my site links would be fix 20 bottlenecks, potentially streamline your catering process. I would condense, do everything by hand to, and you need to shorten this for those site links, like automatic kitchen prep sheets. I would put, customizable calendar. Potentially, and these would have to be like words in your niche, like, enforce lead timelines or prevent last minute. I'd probably say prevent last minute orders. Calculate fees and taxes automatically. Collect credit card payments up front. Like try to make them as very specific as possible. Full kitchen prep sheets.
And does each site link should go like you're naming kitchen prep sheets? Should I have a dedicated landing page just for kitchen prep sheets?
If it was me, dude, like part of this is going to be like your resources, your time. If I didn't have the time on doing that, I would link to what you have right here, like 7 questions before ordering, setup and marketing online, sales. I would like link to pages I already have, like done for you account setup.
I know what I'll do.
Case studies, book a demo, or even if you've got like blog content.
Yeah,
this is a good
I
one.
have a lot of Lego pieces from previous landing pages that mention each of
Yes.
those things. I'll just take the Lego pieces from there and spin up landing pages quickly.
And this thing, like it could just be a giant FAQ because like when you click, like the link could click, go to this page, and then it's called HTML jump. It could jump down to this section right here.
Oh,
So
so I can anchor down to a specific section in the page. They're okay with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Or they used to be okay with that. I would definitely try one before you spend all day doing that. But dude, having that would be huge because I feel like Google's got all, they got the headlines, they got descriptions. Like I would use, like, dude, I might even use this as my site image. I could ask you about images, send your menu. I mean, dude, like, I like that. Like I think you're not totally utilizing, and I think that's why your click-through rates, like, that 1%, it should be higher.
hmm
And I think that, you're just not utilizing all Google's got for you.
Where would that show up? Like, give me an example. Like, where if I had an image, where would that even show up? You mean like in a YouTube in the YouTube app? Because like I'm thinking like it's gonna be a tiny ass picture on some blog or like on CNN. And, like I'm trying to understand like context of.
Okay. Policy violation, great. But like, I'll show you that I eat my own dog food here, dude. Like, I literally have every available mortgage, keyword I can find. Ad strength is poor, but I don't care. But I got every one. I got my 4 descriptions. This is before images were available. But like my site links, apply for a loan, free consultation, mortgage calculator, like these are things people would be searching for. But like, up here, and you also have, dude, also you have like more assets. You can have your phone number for them to call, probably. You can have like type of promotion. You can have call outs. Like these are the call outs I had, which were kind of what we're talking about, like VA loans, home loans, 14-day closes. Dude, I created 44 call outs for this campaign. You can have as many call outs as you need, and you customize the call outs to that specific, campaign that you're doing. See how the call outs get put down here at the bottom?
Oh,
It just takes up extra space.
okay.
So like all those are things you could utilize, like right here. I mean, the thought process is Google's going to give you, like a fairly good bit of space. How can you maximize that space? How can you take up as much space as you possibly can? Does that make sense? It's kind of like
Yes.
peacocking. You want to get like, because if you don't have all that, you pretty much get like a headline and like a description. And I'm going to see if I can go Google over here. Let's just go google.com tag manager. I'm going to type in buy vitamin D. Oh, let's buy vitamins online. Okay. Do you notice how the one that's number 1 has the image right here?
Oh, okay.
But if you notice, like the Vitacost, man, they're number 2. They don't have an image. You want to leverage everything in your power to just literally take up as much space. So they got the headline, they got my description, and then it's like down here, these are site links. 50% buy one get, like one link you can have is 50% off setup, say $225. Like these are things you can add to the bottom of your ads and just try to take up more and more space.
Okay.
So, and site links, like, dude, it might take you 30 minutes to do all the site links, everything to kind of update that. But once you add more of that content in, you take up more space. Google's going to kind of give you a higher priority.
Okay.
Dude, does that help?
Yeah, I did have 2 other questions on there. Hopefully
Okay.
they're a little quicker, but
Yeah.
so
Let me have it.
yeah. They're like listed in this you have my doc still?
Yeah.
I can repaste it. Yeah, you see question 2 and then question 3 in the red.
Okay. I've been asked for testimonial interviews. Dude, I like that. That's not creepy. Dude, yes, absolutely use that. I would have that as like my image ad. Dude, it would be like a hard post. And then it would be like John Jenkins, Barbecue King, Miami. Click here
Okay.
to start using Honey Card.
So that's not creepy. Like, I know you're
No,
dragging your
no,
feet because you didn't. Okay, cool.
no.
So the third question is very interesting. Go ahead.
Let's see. You guys still have everything. Dude, these are fine.
Like
What
do you think I should be doing with that?
I would have, like, if you can have the customer's image or picture their plate, like have this. Dude, that would be my headline on the image. And then I'd have like, a catering plate by it, and then a button that says, click here to learn more. I'd make
Okay.
it something similar like that.
So what I did was I took that and I asked ChatGPT, what does that tell you about how people perceive Honeycart? based on everything, come up with a few USPs or benefits that capture the spirit of those. And it did. You want me to just share the chat GPT with you?
Yeah. Dude, that'd be
All
fine.
right, I'll drop it in this doc right here.
Say signed out. Because I don't remember which one I have. Um, Dude, that literally would be my headline. I would put these images on there. Dude, I use these as images. I use them in emails. I use them social media posts. I might even promptly clean them up and put them as, on the website copy as well.
Okay, would you put it as actual Google ad copy?
Probably not. I'd have to read it a
Okay.
little more.
Okay.
Because the question is, if they read this, does it make sense without this? If
Okay.
this has to be there, basically you don't have enough space to kind of be able to ask that and give the answer. But if this can stand on its own on the page, I would use this as like a sub headline. And I might even clean it up and try to like test one thing at a time. But potentially this could be used as a split test headline here, dude.
Okay.
So I think that's something to kind of keep in mind.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Okay. Cool.
I will stop.
Good to go.
Okay.
Thank you
Let's
so
see
much.
who. You're welcome. Let's see who's next on the list. I've got Harry. Harry, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. How was your weekend?
It was nice. I was working a lot, but it was good. I like made a lot of progress, which was good.
Dude, progress is great. Progress is great. So, I've got your document here. Let's share the screen. Make sure I'm sharing the right one. And let's go ahead and take a peek at what you got.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to play devil's advocate. Tell me what's the one thing you're trying to accomplish today?
Yeah. So the opt-in rate on my new sales page has dropped, and so I'm trying to figure out how do I increase that while also making sure that they're sold enough to convert after that.
Okay, let's go to this. And congratulations on being on Brandon's call on Friday. I think that's good. Okay,
Thanks.
sing karaoke Broadway. Get tickets to upcoming event. Spots limited. Don't miss your chance. I still feel like I'm getting a free ticket.
Now, what's interesting is I was testing out like a split test this weekend, and so it should. I thought I had turned that off. Maybe it's still on, but the page that most people are seeing is a little bit different. Can I just share my screen and show you?
Absolutely.
Hold on. Just make sure. All right, perfect.
Stop sharing. Okay, go ahead and share for me. Got it right here. Okay. So, okay, this is a radically different page. Um, Karaoke with Broadway Stars, Monday at 7:30 p.m. I know the location now. Hamilton Wicked, Book of Mormon, and more back guests, and more back guests. I don't get that. More back guests up on stage.
Back you up on stage, so like sing with you, back other guests up. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
I'm horrible at this. Dude, I will tear apart words have meanings, and I will tear these things apart in a heartbeat. So basically, they're providing backup for you on stage.
Yeah, so like either singing harmonies with you or duets or trading verses, they're singing with you.
Okay,
I think I can
okay.
make that
Like,
clearer.
right. I think that when you say like another guest, other backup guests sharing with you, or other guests singing with you would probably be cleaner from that standpoint. Sing or enjoy this. Dude, I love that. Get tickets, save $10. Offer expires. Sarah from Queens just reserved one ticket. Okay, I like that. I do like the social proof aspect of it. But so this page will automatically get fewer opt-ins because there's much higher intent. Now the question becomes, and this is where I need to take over the screen, share it again.
Sure.
And this is one of those things where it can get a little complicated. He has one page here that has much higher opt-in rates, which is given because it's curiosity driven and it is shorter. He's got one page that's more detailed, explaining things. The more you explain, the higher qualified that intent is. The less things you explain, the more broad openness is. So this by default should have always gotten more opt-ins. But the question becomes now you've got these opt-ins. How are they buying? What's happening? What's the buy rate? So let's kind of look at that. Now, if they opt in to that new page, they still get this page.
It should be. I got to figure out my tech why it's you must be stuck in the cohort that's this. So that what I was thinking about testing last night was taking the old simple squeeze page and making it the hero at the top of the new sales page. So if you actually click on the reserve link again, um, yeah, that second link. If you scroll down, now there's actually stuff underneath it.
Oh, okay.
So I was thinking about testing that, but then I was realizing, oh, well, people will just think it's a squeeze page still, and they'll just click through and then they'll go back. And
I didn't even screw, dude. I didn't like. I look at 100 of these pages, and I was like,
yeah,
okay, this is
exactly.
it.
It looks like a squeeze page.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, okay, this is perfect because it's complicated. I love complicated. Don't like to make things complicated, but I can see where this could get interesting. So the question becomes now is you're generating leads. You've generated leads before. Are those leads buying at a high enough rate to justify that ad spend? Or is this new page, which has, much more detail, which is probably going to be converting maybe about half as much, I'm going to guess. Which one of these pages make the most money?
Yeah, so before the squeeze page was getting like 35% of them opting in, and then now I'm getting about 7% that opt in on the new, more detailed page.
Okay, so let me throw this up at you. This is going to be one of those things. Do you need, okay, you have, with the original one, you've alienated 60% of the buyers, 60%, 60% of the buyers approximately don't even go any further of every click. So really, your cost per click is doubled by a substantial amount to get people to actually see this page. The new page alienates like 97%, 94% of these people, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying, and I'm just going back to this reserve page, and you're saying literally 7% of the people are even getting to this page.
It's a little confusing. So let me clarify. Now I'm sending all the traffic to this reserve page from the ad directly. I don't have
This
this page anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going straight to this page. But the actual page in production that most people are seeing doesn't have the hero that you're seeing right now. For some reason, you're stuck in a cohort. The hero they're actually seeing is the one I shared from my screen.
Okay. Can you share that page again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look at yours. I'm gonna stop sharing mine here.
Yeah.
Now on the new reserve page, they've got to give name, and I'm just looking, they have to come to this page.
They get sent, the ad sends them directly to this page, and then they put their email address in here, and 7% of the people are doing that right now.
Okay. 7% of the people are filling this out. How many people are buying?
Like of that 7%, 22%.
Okay. Well, dude, that part's good. That part is good. My next question is, what could you do without this opt-in page on it? Can
What
you
could I
get them to Could you get them to buy right now without having to do the name and email, and let them fill that in on the checkout page?
What would that look like in practice?
Okay, scroll up. Let me take a look. Okay, good. Step one, get your, give me best email for tickets. Okay, go to step. Let me just scroll down. Scroll down. Let me see what this page looks like.
Sure.
Okay, so literally it's the same is what I've got, just the header hero section is different.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Dude, I absolutely love the purples, the green. I mean, this has got excitement. It motivates me. Offer expires in 6 hours, but I got that scroll down, I got the name and email. And you're saying 22% of the people, okay, 7% of the people book it, go to step two. And out of the step two, you're getting 22% of the people buying.
Yep.
Okay. Which basically means you're getting like 3 people to buy out of every 100 visitors, approximately, right?
I think it's more like 1% of the visitors
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Okay. So mathematically, that's going to most likely kill, unless there's like a super high AOV, that's going to kind of kill the metrics on this puppy. Because until you get that like if your opt-in rate was 50%, I'm like, well, man, dude, you can really make this work. At 7, not. So the question
One
becomes,
small change I was thinking of while we were on the call earlier, I was just working on this, is like this is like I haven't pushed this live, but like a little change to the hero section.
okay, go ahead and go to step 2.
Okay, if I go to step 2, this is just like a squeeze page. There's nothing below it. It's just an order form.
Okay, I'm going to add, and this is the type of stuff that we don't know, but we can definitely experiment with. How would this do? And I don't know if you can. Could you embed this on the page you were just at? So instead of name and email, and this may do worse, dude. This absolutely may do worse. A lot of split test is kind of having a hypothesis and just trying to like see how it does. Because when I look at name and email, I mean, dude, like I hate giving people my email. Like I just absolutely hate it. Like I don't mind buying stuff, but I just kind of like hate it, if that makes sense. But it works. What would happen? Could you even embed that order form on this page?
So just have like a one-step checkout instead of a two-step.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, I could test that. Um, yeah, we could test that.
Because this is what I'm thinking. Okay, go ahead and scroll down. Like if that okay, we've got real Broadway talent. I would potentially test having that order form near the bottom of this page. Like probably move up a little bit more, maybe right there. Like, $10 tickets include, and then put the order form. I'd put that order form right below this section right here. And the rest of those, I would have more buttons on the page. It says, get your ticket, which would jump down to the bottom of that page. Because what's happening, 7% is like, and what I believe is happening, they're getting on this page. Can you tell if they're scrolling down on the page at all, or like what the scroll depth is?
Yeah, so I noticed I so I had that the scroll depth, like I added more information to this page, made it
Mhm.
the hero. I made the hero denser, like at Brandon's suggestion on Friday. He said to like bring up the shows and bring up like the location and stuff and the
Yes.
pricing. So this became a lot denser in the hero. And then once that happened, the scroll depth got a lot worse, where like 50% of people weren't scrolling down at all. And so I was wondering if maybe they see this and they're like, "Oh, I can't do Monday," or "It's not for me," or there's some objection that's preventing them from scrolling down.
Right. Because if I couldn't do Monday, dude, I'd be like, I ditched the whole thing. Like, okay, whatever.
Mhm.
But let's look at it this way. Okay, so with what we know, they land on the page they have, which is you're gonna get a much higher rate with that other one because it's what we call like a blind squeeze page. They're opting in for stuff they got no clue about. They just blindly opted in.
Mhm.
So what's happening is they see this. If they can't meet any of these criteria, they're going to pretty much bail, which is fine. That's fine because you're only looking for the people who can do this. What I would probably look at is literally, where it says go to the step 2. This is this validates this test. My question is, are they not wanting to move forward because you're asking for too much information up front? Or are they not wanting to move forward because they just can't make it? Okay, so one option
Yeah.
would be just have like a drop down where it says, like pick your time and date, like Monday, blah, blah, blah. Give them an interactive element, not because you're asking for like email, which is like, like that's a hard ask. I would want some interactive element here to get them to engage and then try to take them to the next thing.
Well, what I was also thinking of, just talking out loud, what I could also test is like remove Monday at 7:30 from the hero
Mm-hmm.
and then have a whole section on this sales page that sells them on why they should go out on a Monday night.
Right. Less people, everything's better. I think that's
Monday.
another one to do.
Yeah. And then that way, like, if my hunch is that it's this Monday that they're seeing that they're like, oh, I don't want to go out on a Monday, and they bounce.
Dude, Monday's a hard day to go out. I mean, really, it is.
Yeah.
Like it's just, it is what it is. Now something I think would be really, this is not a test for today. So keep that in mind. So don't do this because else you're gonna have too many variables. I would love to see a drop down where they pick the show they want to perform with. Do you want to perform with Hamilton actors, Wicked actors, Book of Mormon, Cats, almost like a little interactive element where they could feel like they're picking something. It doesn't
I
matter
remember
what they want to
seeing
do. I
like
just
in the click map, like if they click on Hamilton or if they click on like one of the posters. So I'm probably
Mhm.
getting a rough sense of that automatically right now.
Oh, dude, that's huge. Because I would have clicked on those images thinking like, oh, well, maybe it's going to give me further information. But
Yeah.
that's definitely not a test now. So I like that. Take out the date, let them go further.
I feel like take out the date and then have a section below that tries to sell them on why coming out on a Monday makes sense. Um, and then, well, I think hold everything else constant for now and just see how that works.
Just see how that works. Also, maybe after that, just try that first,
Yeah.
and then try embedding that order form on the bottom of the page.
Right.
Because dude, I'll fill an order form out in a heartbeat, but like I struggle regretfully wanting to give people my name and email. Like just hate it. And Rob, you're next, by the way. So like looking at that, I would do that first, take out the date, see if they scroll, see if they're interacting with it, where do they fall apart? Because my thing is like, dude, I gotta go to work on Tuesday. Like, man, I gotta get up.
Yeah, because if you take the
That,
date out and then they opt in and they're like, oh, well, I've already opted in, maybe you sort of have like the foot in the door and they're like, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and go or something like that.
but at least you've got people who are interested in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, for the people, because literally, like mathematically, I'm looking at this thing going like, it ain't work. It's just it's going to struggle to work if that makes sense mathematically. Like I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Like I just don't. Let me just share screen here.
Sure.
Like I'm looking at it going mathematically. Like this makes sense to me, but okay. Now I do like the ad here. Character with Broadway stars. And if you could, I would include, and I don't know that you can
You're
include
not
like
sharing.
oh, okay, stop sharing. I got too many monitors. Some days I should just have one. Okay, got it. Okay, so over here, can you use the Hamilton logos and any of that without getting in trouble? You don't want
I
to.
mean, I'm sure someone would eventually would slap me on the wrist if
I
I
would
did that.
definitely not do. I would definitely not do that. Then if like, or maybe if you could use some of the like images or something, but Kirik would probably like, dude, I love this thing with the stars. Man, I
I'm
would
getting
take
like a
that.
3.5 to 4% click-through rate right now on the ad.
Okay, that's actually not bad. That's click through all or click through to website.
Link click-through.
Dude, that's actually strong. And I think what's happening is without seeing okay, we got headlines, Broadway. So, okay, all these like Kirik would probably start to. I would be clicking on this like crazy, you know. So that looks good. Some pressers. I mean, your ad doesn't look bad at all. And the singing continues into the night. I'm just thinking, man, I got to get up tomorrow morning, dude. Like, I got to get up. You know, that's my argument to this. But the ads don't look bad. I mean, I know you've got a number of variations in there. I think the ads look good. I think it's just falling apart when it's hitting that landing page.
Mm-hmm. Everything's a little bit later in New York City, and it's such a big city. You have people do go out on Mondays. It's just a figuring out how do you sort of convince them to do it. Um,
That makes sense.
I think but you were saying something about you feel like the math doesn't work. Are you saying like I can't get this to work?
I think at 1%, you're getting one ticket sale for every 100 visitors.
Let me see. I have my like stats.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 out of 444. So yeah, right now I'm at like 1.1%.
Okay. One per. So what's your ROAS on this thing?
Well, between the last 2 days, I spent 120 and I made 120.
Okay. Then you might actually be ready to make the okay, dude. Like that is hallelujah. I mean, truly, that's like a hallelujah. So literally, you're getting leads. Okay, I didn't even think you were making that much from it. So it must mean you're getting more sales than I was expecting. I was thinking like one sale every 100 visitors would be one sale.
I had 4 sales yesterday and I had 1 sale the day before, and the average order value was let's see, 120 divided by 5, $24.
Okay, dude, you can make this work like gangbusters. Damn, you can make this work like gangbusters. Okay. First thing you want to look at is remarket to the people who clicked and did not buy.
Okay.
Remarket to those people. That's the first thing you need to do. Like literally today, the first thing I would do is set up remarketing audiences for people who clicked but did not say yes.
I made a post like I've had like a website visitor 180D audience for months, and it keeps on saying it's below 1,000, even though I've had like almost 7,000 clicks the last 2 months.
Something wrong then.
There's something wrong, I feel like.
Yeah. Dude, send me a video in Discord about what you let me get in Discord, send me a video of how you set this thing up.
Okay.
Because there are little nuances with the way you set it up, which actually will make it work or not.
Awesome.
So we can definitely look at that. Second, we fix the remarketing audience, then you get remarketing ads going for these people. That's going to push you definitely in beyond break even.
I have over 1,000 people in my GDN display audience. I don't know if I should turn those on at a low spend as well.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Because then unless you have better tracking, you're not going to know what's really making it work.
Okay.
Second thing is give me some buttons here. Like if I decide to buy a ticket, I click it and like, buy. If that makes sense.
Make more of these interactive.
Sorry, I just sneezed. Didn't want y'all to hear me sneezing. What little brains I got out today. But literally a button here. If I decide to buy, get tickets, poof. Because like I would definitely try
Or
that.
CTA buttons throughout the sales page.
Absolutely. But like, dude, this is a fact you're breaking even on this thing. I was thinking I thought you had spent 120 and made $20.
Well, I've spent a lot more like in running ads, doing different tests, but in terms of like since I made the change Brandon recommended on Friday, the last 2 days, that's my performance, which to me is encouraging. Yeah.
Yes. So the next thing is my question becomes on Tuesday, like you may find on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you're not going to sell anything. I don't know that. You may. And you may discover on like maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the sales come in. That's something you're not going to know until, time has gone by.
Right.
And are you emailing the list about booking a time for next week?
I emailed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday last week, and
Mhm.
I feel like by Wednesday, Thursday, I wasn't seeing any new sales from it, and so I paused on sending more emails over the weekend.
Okay. Um, Dude, I would be giving them something like, hey, what Broadway play would you like to see stars from? Just reply and let me know. Oh, by the way, here's a link to go buy a ticket. Like I would be, because that list is
But
only valuable
more
if you,
like useful, like just value-based emails, and then like have a PS or something. It's like, oh, by the way, here are tickets. Like,
right,
not make it a salesy of emails.
right. Yeah, I would do a combination of everything. Some emails would be sales based, but to get started, I would talk about, you know what? Uh, I'm gonna just make this up, so I don't know but let's pretend there's a Hollywood movie. There's gonna be a blockbuster about tea. I'm just made up. It's not existent. Let's pretend there's going to be a big, there's a big buzz about tea. It's the greatest show on Broadway since Cats, and how you're talking to some of the people in there trying to get them, lined up. But would you like to sing with the lead singers of Tea, if that makes sense? You know, something, something to get them engaged, and also like, Friday night, Monday, who's the star? Like, let's pretend it's the Wicked star.
Okay.
Dude, I would be like emailing Tuesday. Oh my gosh, Jessica Jan Franklin from Wicked was amazing. We were out to 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe I don't want to say that. She just, it was great. People were raving, taking pictures. I mean, it was amazing. Can't wait for her to come back. By the way, next week we've got, Bill from Jagged Little Pill. Then do another email like, Jagged Little Pill was, one of the biggest things, Oprah ever promoted, but then it turned out to be a lie. But the author came back and, he's got amazing blah blah. Just give them entertainment, dude. Just entertain these
Yeah.
people. I think that would put you in good shape.
Okay. Remarket to people, more CTAs throughout the sales page,
Yep.
split test taking out the date, and daily entertaining value emails. And that's
Yep.
what we'll start with right now.
Yep. And I would do that email before I did anything, dude. That would be my first move.
Email before anything.
Mhm.
Uh, and then once feel like I have an answer on the first split test, then I would test the order form somewhere on this page.
Exactly.
Anything else?
How active are you on social media with this stuff?
Not that active. I mean, like it's not my personal brand. I like singing. I did a cappella and choir growing up. I have a lot of fun at the event, but I'm not like obsessed with Broadway. Uh, and if
But
that makes
your buyers probably are. Like I would literally, dude, I would be plugging this stuff on Instagram, Facebook. I would send emails to people, hey, make sure you follow us, for like the latest updates. What you want to do
totally
is make sure because like this is an interesting thing. Facebook looks at organic to help determine results from paid. That's something most people don't know. It used to be this very divided. Organic and paid were two different things. Now they look at it as how are you doing organically? Are you a good social media citizen? What are you saying? And how does that, and that has an impact in your paid.
okay. Okay.
So,
I can do
you don't
more.
have to, dude, just like even these images, throw these on there. Like even like, I've seen places on social media, not, they get one or two likes, but people still see it and it creates social proof.
Hmm. Yeah,
Because, dude, if I saw this, I'd be like, oh, let me go see how it looks. I want to, check it out.
right. Yeah, people do that sort of thing where they like hop in another tab and they like go look you up on Instagram or something. They're like, is this real or not?
Dude, that's what I would ask. I mean, is this legit? Am I about to pay for something, show up here, you know? Because like, you don't have a privacy or terms of service or about us here. So, to me, that increases my, you know, like, is this legit?
Right. Right.
And it will allow you to have more testimonials to put on social media.
Cool. But I am focused on like the right part of the funnel is definitely that like
Yes,
that part of the funnel, right?
dude, absolutely. I think you got that part nailed.
Okay. All right, thanks. Thanks, Charles.
All right, Rob, how are you doing?
Doing great. How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Let's share screen here. Let me get the right screen, which will be good. Okay, so I'm devil's advocate here. Tell me what is the one thing you want to get out of this? Or one thing you're trying to
Uh,
get fixed?
the main thing is the opt-in rate and conversions, basically. So
Okay.
I was on a call last week with Kevin, and he gave me some stuff to change. And since I changed that, or since we changed that, the opt-in rate has gotten up to like 6% over the last couple of days, and people are spending a lot more time on the page. But the two main things would be opt-in and conversions.
Okay, let's take a peek here. So let me, okay, I'm sharing. Perfect. So are these the same? Let's refresh here. Okay. So what did you change on this page?
What did we change? Scroll down. We changed that wasn't there. So the main thing was what's possible and why is it possible? Those are the two biggest things that we changed. And a lot like that image wasn't there. It was a few images on the page, but that was the two main things. So, um, is it possible and why it's possible?
Okay, I like that. Those are huge, 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 huge things. Now we're selling $27.
Hmm.
Okay. And that opt-in is right here. You're talking about opt-in to the next page.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
And then that was also, it was nothing really on this page. Like all those, this is what you get. That wasn't there. Just pretty much what you get here is like, hey, buy this shit. But now it's, here's everything included. So
Hmm.
that's another change that we made.
Okay, this is good. This inspires confidence in me. Like, I'm looking at this going like, oh, like this what it's interesting. Like the quality of designs make a massive difference here. So I feel like I see everything visually I'm getting because you know what? Dude, when I was on this page, average person can't even remember what they wore yesterday. Okay.
Hey
Now I'm
Charles,
just curious.
I don't know if you want to keep rocking out with me, but Gio Como said he was next. I don't know if he was next or not.
I will do this, then I'm gonna go back to him.
Okay, okay.
Just because I clicked a button.
No big deal.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. You get five-figure job in tech. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I'm just kind of looking at it. So the question is, you want to get the opt-in rate higher. Like, what's the ROAS on this particular offer right now?
I
It's
think
less than one. We're not break even yet.
Okay, that's fine. So are people scrolling down? Like, are you using Clarity? Are they scrolling down this page?
we're using Clarity.
They are. So if you look at it through mobile, most of the people are getting to the first buy box.
Okay. So they're getting,
Yeah, so they're seeing this section, they're not reading as much, just the top section up until the buy box.
okay. And that's on mobile, getting to, and that buy box would be about right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. How much is video are they watching? Are they consuming that content from the video standpoint here?
Yes.
Scarlett, do you know? Because I don't know.
Yeah, it's on that sheet, Rob. Hold on. I need to get that sheet. Hold on. So they are consuming about 28% of the video. And
Okay.
10% of the people who land on the page are watching the video.
How long is the video?
Mm.
I think it's like 10 to 12 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually impressive to get that much video watch time. So that part looks good. This part, what's possible, I feel like that's looking good. This, I like the fact that you're saying 5-figure, not 7, not 6. People believe this is like reachable, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
So in 12 weeks, which is 3 months, I can have the tech job. One of the questions I've got is like, dude, there's a big gap between week 6 and week 12. Like, what happens? Okay, week 1, watch the quick start video. Week 2, week 3, I get to choose the certification. So does it take 3 weeks to watch the quick start video, or why is it week 3?
It doesn't have to be like that. That actually probably needs to be condensed a lot more than that. I think we were
Okay.
doing that just because it's 90 days. So I guess maybe we need to be a little bit more concise or precise about what actually happens, or maybe just remove this graphic. I think we're just trying to make it 90 days. I think that's what the purpose of this graphic was, but I don't, I don't know if it's actually achieving what we wanted to achieve, though, if it's causing confusion for you.
So this is what I'm looking at. Okay, this is like I'm gonna give you, like, remember, I always play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, for sure.
I got a 90-day timeline. Mentally, people like even things like 1 month, like 20 days, 40 days, 60 days, 30, 69. Like they think of like even mathematical blocks. Um, I'm looking at this going, it takes me 3 weeks to choose my certification.
It doesn't.
Okay. And I'm thinking like, man, that's a lot of time to choose. And then I got 3 weeks before I can enroll and train. And then I got at least 6 weeks where nothing is happening. And it's like they're thinking, at least me, I'm thinking, man, I got 6 weeks, put my head down before I can land a tech job. It, like mathematically, and I can tell you when we were doing launch medical, you had to basically do this device, use the device for 6 weeks, then you had to have 6 weeks off, then you had to use it again for another 6 weeks. And
Okay.
like look, and one of the questions I got, people are like, why do I have to wait 6 weeks in between? And like here, I would probably do, like, I wouldn't do any more than 4 steps because people just can't process it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But I would probably have things happening slightly in different timelines, because I'd almost say like week 1, watch, get started. Week 2, maybe choose your certificates. Week 3, enroll and train. Week 4, or I'm making this up, week 4, maybe pass the test, or, take, prep for your test, interview for your job. I think I would try to slice it so it's not this big gap.
Charles, what do you think about instead of having it this way, having it like the timeline to like their first win, as opposed to like the whole shebang bang?
Right. I would try that because I'm looking at this going like, man,
Yeah.
I got, like, it feels a little more intimidating, if that makes sense. And I just look at that going like, I don't know. I do love this. Right now it's faster than higher. Look at what's happening. Um, like this to me is exciting. And this seems a little more, it makes me question, could I, like, what can I do for 12 weeks?
Right.
It's just one of those things. Just me. Okay, so I think that potentially could. Okay, so what am I getting for the $27?
A lot. So pretty much you're getting permission to start. You're getting exactly the skills that you actually need to start a tech career. You're learning the certifications that you need to get job interviews. There's career coaching in there. There's, like I said, the actual skills that you need. It's kind of like the what, but not necessarily the, I guess the how. The how would be like in the
Okay.
upsells and stuff, if that makes sense.
Dude, that makes perfect sense to me. I
Okay.
like this. I like it a lot. So coming on down, this can work for you. IT support, desk technician, all that looks good. Dude, all this looks good. Not people who are techie. Okay, I like this. Easy, easy, easy. This kind of goes back to that 4-step, if that makes sense, at the top.
Okay.
Roadmap of what to learn. Focus on the tech skills. Go from stuck. Because here it feels a little disjointed, because here it's like as little as 30 days. Go from stuck to job ready in as little 30 days.
Okay.
And I'm looking at that going, well, man, back here it was like 90. It just kind of feels like there's a disconnection, if that makes sense.
Yes,
And
it
that's
does.
and like the people coming here, like my cousin Charles, dude, he's like the most skeptical dude you'll find on the planet. That's just kind of the nature of that. But you were saying like right past this is where things kind of start exiting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, way above this actually. Just when you reach the two diagrams, yeah, people have already dropped off by more than 50%.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, even getting them like this much through here is a big deal. I don't necessarily think it's copy. I mean, it could be, but usually, so right up in this area. The Tech Career Quick Start Guide is a shortcut to get a job in tech. Had no tech background, struggling to find the right course. They were smart. Okay, let me read this and let's talk about this. Before I created the Tech Quick Start, no, I'm sorry. Before I created the Tech Career Quick Start, I saw students who were complete beginners who had no technical background struggle to find the right courses and training boot camps to help them transition into tech. What does it? I mean, I haven't read the sales, but I'm just going to say, you know what this says to me? Even if I could be one of your students with no tech background, and I can still struggle to find the right course training to transition into the tech industry. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm just reading it out loud. I'm reading it isolated. And that's kind of the worst thing in the world, is to read something isolated without the context around it. And as I read that, I'm like, okay, that is a problem. And it sounds like this is going to fix that problem, which I'm okay with. They were smart, hardworking people stuck in jobs with no growth, no future. They wanted to break into tech because they saw the opportunity, but they had no clear path. Okay, this is explaining it now. While the tech industry welcomes people from many backgrounds of all ages, proven program. Okay, I got a question here. Actually get hired that pays well until now. Day and night something. Okay, all this is good from what I can see. And then they get here and kind of blank out. Or they blank out before this, right, Scarlett?
Yes. Like here on this part, they're just skimming. They're just scrolling.
And then and if they do get here, there's that disconnect. Because here you say $60,000 to $90,000 jobs. Here you're saying $60,000 to $100,000 jobs. That's kind of something to keep in mind. There's like little disconnects, I think, impacting overall conversions.
Okay.
I love these, by the way. I absolutely love. But as a side note, Google is building a $3 billion plant in St. George. So for AI. Massive. But where did these come from? Like New York Times, Washington Post?
Yes. Yeah. I used ChatGPT to pull these resources and then I checked the links.
Yeah. I don't know that you can do this. I'm asking because I don't know. Like, to me, this would be so much more powerful if there was like a Washington Post or New York Times logo on that. I don't know that you can do that, But like
Yeah.
to me, I'm looking at this going like, well, this is cool. I didn't know they were, Amazon put 11 billion into new data center. I feel like you're giving me a statement of fact, which is fine, but I feel like I'm not sure that I'm getting that fact backed up. Okay.
Okay. I wanted to use the logo, but I didn't know if it was copyrighted.
It's
So
trademark. It is trademarked. That's one of those things about it. Like because it is trademarked, you can't really use, and I'm not an attorney. You definitely want to talk to an attorney. I don't think you can use like somebody's logo. Like you can say as CNN with no problem, but I don't think you can, because if you do that, you're implying credibility from that person. Like I
yeah.
might put now, like right, like these are these are some headlines from the New York Times, Seattle Post, and whatever about the rise of tech without using their image, if that makes sense.
Got it. Okay.
And I would probably put it, here, even the New York Post is, New York Times is recognizing that the industry is moving so fast. I think that might help that. Okay, so we got that. We've got people. I mean, I think I've seen a lot of your videos. You're great on video, so that's a really good deal. Okay. And then it kind of falls apart here. So you're at 1%. And what's the conversion rate of people opting into this thing? You said 7?
No, it's about 3% since we made the changes last week, 3.72%.
Okay. I'm confused here for a second. Not about your percentages. Okay. So my tech career quick start guide, loving this. And remember, you got 90 days here, so they're expecting to see like 90-day windows here. I like that. I'm coming down. I'm going to get, and I think this could be an interesting thing. So I get the tech career quick start video course, right? On demand, beginner friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Five pillars of tech training. I love that. 6-figure tech career roadmap. I actually like that. You said 5 figures, but you're saying roadmap, so it means I can see me getting there, if that makes sense. That's good. That's good. Nailing the tech interview. Man, I love that. This one has me curious. Cybersecurity Analyst Masterclass. Like, I feel like the others are talking about like getting me up to speed. I feel like this might be a technical class. Step-by-step training that shows
Okay.
you how to go from zero experience to land a job in cybersecurity. Like, I like it, but I'm not sure the name, because like the name just stood at me. I'm like, man, dude, like I don't know anything about cybersecurity. Like I gotta,
It's
kind of
easier
like
once. Got it.
right. So I feel like learn from certification, learn which certifications matter, how to talk like a pro. I feel like the name of it just doesn't quite.
Okay.
And it also feels like maybe there's like a leaning towards cybersecurity. I think I would probably rename that if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it seems okay. Master IT, like, dude, like, oh my God, your build-in support system for staying focused, motivated, and moving forward. Get real-time advice, job market insights. I love job market insights and accountability from the community. Okay, so this is like the community, Master
Yep.
IT community. Okay. I would bold job market insights, dude. I would love that. I would build that. But that makes sense. Okay, so communities like the Facebook group or circle or school or something of that nature. Okay. I like that. Okay, so all that's looking good. Okay, now where is the $90,000 salary that we saw earlier? Because in the headline we talk about 90, and I'm like trying to find IT support specialists like these, and these look good. Tech analysts. And by the way, how close are these to like 2025 numbers? I'm not sure if this is something that you did from 23, because man, dude, inflation's going up.
It's pretty close. That could probably be $5,000 to $10,000 or more, but it's pretty close.
Okay. Okay. Um, for 12 months of starting your tech career, high pay without having to go back to college. This is exciting to me. Okay. Now I'm seeing like okay, here I see the cloud specialist at 90, network. I see the 100. I'm excited about that. 92. Like these to me look extremely exciting. And dude, it's believable. I believe I could get a job today in IT for 50 with your training, and in a year or 36 months, which seems like a long time in, in job land, without having to go back to college. Okay. So I'm gonna make a statement. Why am I getting okay? So I see, and you may have addressed this. Okay, I see how I can get started today.
Mhm.
I see I can, qualify entry level job. I see that. But once you get your foot in the door within 12 to 36 months starting out, you can specialize in higher paying fields without going back to college. I like this a lot, but I've got a question. Why does the dude got a COVID mask on?
Shit, I don't know.
I don't know. ChatGPT created that image for me.
Okay, okay.
I can remove it by Photoshop.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice was.
Okay. Also, give me some Caucasians, give me some
Right.
dark skin, give me more women here, because I'm looking at this going like there's 1, 2 women here, like a bunch of dudes. It's a sausage factory. Like give me a variety of, I think that would help it. I don't think
Okay.
that's a big deal, but I do think having more women in here and just having a variety of people without the COVID mask. Because the problem is when I see the COVID mask, I think 2021, how up to date is this? And this is the thing that I think most people don't quite always pick up. Often it's about what's wrong with the page more than what's right with the page. Your prospects are literally trying to find things that they can, like point fingers at, well, that's not for me, that's not for me, that's not for me. Okay. 297, just 27 delivered instantly. Now available for instant access. Okay. And it really doesn't make any sense at this point for me to go further down here because I'm not quite getting there, if that makes sense. I'm sure somebody is. And I love the testimonial videos, dude. I love everything that they're getting here. And the way that, okay, this is kind of how the AC, at least I understand how the AC page is put together. And Scarlett, I could be wrong. It's kind of like at the top, you hit one type of buyer. Then there's a second type of buyer who wants to read, the stories, and buy into the story. So it's designed to kind of hit multiple types of buyers. So you don't have to read the entire sales page to get the benefit from it. It's just designed to hit multiple people, which is fine, if that makes sense. So with that said, what's the AOV on this thing? Or how many have you sold yet?
Just 7 so far.
Okay, so don't worry about AOV. Those numbers would just be, like they're just not statistically there. Okay, permission to start tech career, gain skills, read the full map, get them outcome, clear training. Okay, funnel page views. Okay, 4.6 opt-in. So okay, 7 sales here. Front end upsell. Okay, let's look at the ad. So I think just a little tweaks in there, which I don't think are killing things. I just think that little few tweaks could make a difference.
Okay.
Okay. Here's what people with no tech background are doing to get a 5-figure job in tech. Did you write this or ChatGPT wrote it?
I wrote it.
Oh, there you go. See?
Okay, that's good. Okay, let's share this and let's kind of look at it for a second. Okay, let's see if I can grab the. Let me Okay. It's okay. I'm trying to get the copy here. Okay, we're gonna go into Facebook and look at the ad. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Okay. Here's what people with no tech back no would here is what people with no tech background are doing to get a five-figure job in tech. Okay, so we have that one line. What is the CTR all like? How many people are literally opening this up?
Hold on. I can give you the average for the week. It's about 3.57 CTR all and then a 1.29 CTR link.
Okay, let me write that down here. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me get that again. What's the CTR all?
3.57.
Okay, that's lower than what we need it to be. What's the CTR link click?
1.29.
Okay, okay, so a couple things. One, we need to tweak. So Facebook, you're paying like a flat rate, like a flat CPM, whatever that cost is. I literally do not care what your CPM is. I like literally do not care. It matters as a metric to know, but it's not the and often clients who have higher CPMs have higher converting because you show it to higher quality people who have money. So kind of keeping that in mind. Okay, CTR all is 3%, which is relatively a little lower than what I need it to be. And CTR link click, I think our first goal is to get it to 2%. That would be our first goal, to get 2% of these people to click, which is not a hard goal to beat here. CTR, this is just kind of a personal thing. Who is the audience you're targeting, by the way?
So hold on. Most of the sales have come in from people, like I'm doing a layer targeting, people who are job hunting and interested in information technology. And then I'm also doing people who are high school graduates. So most of the sales have come from those two interests.
Okay, job hunting in IT or just IT in general?
Job hunting and IT.
Perfect. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. And we got high school grads. So one of the things that we have to look at is if we can get them to expand the ad, we're going to have a much better chance of getting them to at least move forward and get that CTR. Even if our CTR stays the same, let's pretend a CTR completely stays the same. Okay. Like when I'm reading through this, I'm like, okay, it's good. This is a side note. I don't know if I've ever told y'all this. Have y'all ever tried to sing your ads? Everybody say, Charles, you have been like if you've been
No.
hitting the ganja or something like that. No, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I've never done drugs in my life. Probably kill me. This is going to be the craziest thing you hear. But okay, Scarlett, the reason I ask if you wrote this ad, because it looks like a human wrote the ad. If you notice, let me get to my drawing, see if I can find drawing tools. Okay, give me a second. Okay, watch this. If you look at any best-selling song, you know what? And I know you're going to think I'm crazy. If you look at the best songs, there's a mixture of long and short verses that go back and forth like that, which is good. Now, what happens, I'm going to just refresh here for a second. I'm going to turn off the anointing, the tools here. What happens is when you write ads, they almost have to be kind of like sing-song worthy. And the words have to flow extremely fast. So when I'm looking at this, here's what people with no tech background are doing to get five-figure jobs in tech. I mentioned the word tech twice. I'm going to just bold it here. Let me just bold, highlight. Tech, bold again. Let's highlight that. Let me just make it bold here. Okay. Okay. Here's what people with no tech background are doing to get 5-figure jobs in tech. Okay, so we're saying this is like a Charles personal thing. Like does this, if I'm scrolling, is this an emotional hand grenade? Like, is it what emotions are in this first sentence that make us want to open this up?
It would, in my eyes, it would appeal to somebody who is looking for a job, then they don't have a tech background.
And if you're targeting people who are IT and job hunting, they have what? A tech background. Does that make sense? I think
Yeah.
what's happened here is basically this is the job. People who are job hunting with no tech background, dude, they're gonna love this. I mean, they're gonna eat this up. But if you're already targeting people who are job hunting and into IT, the IT people would already have, some level of certification, some background. I don't know that that would appeal to them, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think potentially I would try to reword this for the job hunting and IT crowd and reword it for the high school crowd.
Okay.
Now, and to take it even a step further, you'll think I'm crazy. Let's pop over here. You know who does this probably better than anybody else on the planet? Yahoo. Literally, they do. I don't know why they just seem to do better. I would almost make this look like the article would literally be a native ad type of headline, and I would probably start out with, and this is I don't know the exact details, but one of the things I'll be looking at is tech demand is growing so fast that without any, or I'm making this up, tech jobs are growing so fast without any specific background, people are getting jobs, blah, blah, blah. I think I would, start out with that. I think that would be something to kind of keep that in mind, dude. I just think that could be something to keep in mind. Because where I'm looking at this, here's what people with no tech jobs are doing. It's a longer sentence, and I think it needs to have, it doesn't have the emotional gut wrenches that we want. And if I was targeting high school kids, not kids, I'm just making this up, and Rob, I'm going to make this up. This is probably not true. You may have a case study with this.
Okay.
High school seniors are getting offers from tech jobs before they even graduate.
They are.
Like I would put, I would probably start, find out how high school seniors are getting offers from, 5-figure offers from tech companies before they even graduate high school. Like I would use, dude, if you targeted that, I think that could, something like that geared toward high school that would be good. How high school seniors, obviously just typing, are getting 5-figure job offers from tech companies, blah, blah, blah. I would make that first sentence because the only thing they're seeing is right. I'm gonna find this thing right here. The first thing they're seeing is this right here. I would target that for the high school. I think that would do good. Check out Yahoo. And I would then probably look at, for the IT crowd, basically, Rob, okay, actually, Scarlett, you still on the call? I got a question for you.
Yes.
Okay, this is a copywriting question. Does everyone in the world feel like they're underpaid? Yes. Does everyone in the world feel like they're undervalued? Yes.
Yes.
So with that said, if you haven't, do you have an existing tech job but you're underpaid and undervalued? You're doing more, I would leverage it into that and test that angle,
Okay. Yeah.
and I don't know that it's going to work, but I feel like that would be a good angle to take. are you currently in tech, but you're undervalued, underpaid? Do you see other people coming in, without the level of experience you get and making more money? There's a simple reason why, because, when you've got, these certification skills, blah, 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 you have the ability to leapfrog and, to learn more about that, send them into your offer.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good angle. Yeah.
And I think I would be running with those two, for sure. Because I feel like because, dude, I don't really know if it's as much as your landing page. It's just that there's not a tremendous amount of like data we have. But I feel like that it's a good ad. I mean, dude, it's great. Like, it's a good ad right here. And I'd also, especially for the tech people, I would talk about, not needing to, go back to college to, to grab these certifications. There's certain certifications worth so much more, blah, blah, blah. And then our next problem is your CTR. How do we get our CTR? Click below to get the roadmap and start your tech career today. Where do I click? I don't know where to click. And you say, but right here it says learn more. Okay. True, but remember the way Facebook, like the way Facebook is displaying, when they see click here, dude, they may be right here at your video, or they may not even have gotten to your video yet, or maybe they've already seen that video. I would probably add a body link in here. I'd probably say,
Okay.
instead of click, tap, tap the link below to grab the roadmap and start, and I'd say start advancing for the IT people, start advancing in your tech career. And for the high school people, tap the link below to see how you can join, I'm making this up, and you probably have a data, tens of thousands of other high school seniors who are, getting job offers. I would probably look at that. Also,
Okay.
are y'all reading the comments on these things? It's got 2 comments. Let's see what people are saying. Comments are gold mine to me. Dude, this is good. Comments are good. Okay, why so much? Okay, this is a complaint about the sales page. That's his problem. Why so much duplicated info in the link below? Because Anthony, you can't read. I'm just joking. Anthony probably reads, but that's fine. Don't ignore Anthony. He's not relevant. I would, this might be a good way to talk about, because AI is coming in. This would be more toward the tech people guys. Okay, dude, he's not even the right. Like, are you targeting Africa or just the U.S.?
Just the US.
Okay, so he's probably got a he may be he's probably in Texas, or I don't know, dude. Who knows? He's from somewhere. But dude, think about this. I would maybe even talk about, the reality of this is there are a number of tech jobs that are going to be going away because of AI, but there's also going to be a massive increase in these type of tech jobs where, people that know how to, configure and use, I don't know anything about AI, dude, are going to be able to do X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. That might be something to kind of keep in mind, but I wouldn't go there yet. I definitely would not go there yet. But I do notice a trend here. Microsoft is investing $80 million to build an AI-enabled data center. Amazon is building new data centers to support AI and cloud. 10 billion AI, 10 billion data center, which I'm sure it's going to say it would AI and cloud infrastructure, cybersecurity. That might be something to kind of keep in mind. I'm just throwing that out as something that could be an interest. It certainly probably has nothing to do with this page, but I would probably even talk about tech companies are heavily investing in, AI infrastructure, and potentially the jobs of the future are going to be AI, are going to be AI related some way, shape, or form. I think, dude, somehow tie that into this.
I do have a copy which talks about the AI opportunities. I can launch that again. Okay.
That would be sexy to me. Like, I think if
Yeah.
you were layering this in, I would like, I think to me that's more sexier. That's way sexier. Dude, I think you roll that out and make those changes and let me know. And
Okay,
definitely
yeah.
make the tweaks with, focus on the high school seniors, how high school seniors are getting 5-figure job offers from, I'm making this up, from, AI companies, blah, blah, blah. And for the IT guys, while a lot of IT jobs are being phased out and replaced with AI, there's still this huge opportunity for AI enabled, skill sets, certification. Here's how to leapfrog, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Because dude, these numbers are low and we got to get those up. I think we're good. Any other questions or anything like that?
Oh, that was it, man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let me go ahead and let me find my handy dandy Zoom button here. And I believe I skipped over Giovanni. Let me ask you to unmute. Dude, how's it
Yeah,
going? How are you
yeah,
doing
all
today?
good, man. I'm good, thanks.
Let's take a peek. Sorry about that. Some days when you click, I click too fast. I don't know. So okay,
Yeah, no worries.
so let's talk about the offer. Once again, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Tell me about the offer. Tell me about what's going on with this thing.
So basically, I started working with a new client, right? And he has a baking bread offer. Like he teaches uh, people like from 35 to 65 that have a work, they are happy and they like to relax while baking bread
Mhm.
and preparing bread at their own home. And yeah, he had this offer, and uh, I I worked with him to like break the control of his ads, and my ads actually broke the control. Yeah, sorry, the page is in English. I translated it in a document below.
Okay.
So if you need to read the copy, uh, you have that. And yeah, I broke the control, but the ads didn't get any sale, like zero sales. So I was kind of wondering why the ads didn't get sales, because before his ads didn't have um, great metrics, like they
Mm-hmm.
were okay, but they were still getting sales, even if the sales page was the same and this was the ad before, and they were getting like on average 2x ROAS. But my ads didn't get sales even if they broke the control, so I was kind of wondering why was that.
Dude, okay. First of all, do you realize I love baking bread?
Yeah,
Okay, so I love breaking, like challah bread, which basically you take it and you braid it up. I mean, I love to bake it. I love to give it to people. I don't like to eat it because I like it so much. I'll eat all of it.
yeah.
But that's like one of my relaxing things, dude. I love baking bread. So let's take a peek at this. Okay, so basically the control, you beat the control, but
Yeah,
sales went down. Okay,
yeah.
And let's see. Show me his control. Was this the
No,
existing control?
this is my ad, and the
Okay.
other ad is the old ad. In the he didn't really have one ad. Like he kept launching new ads every once in a while because, of course, they stopped working.
Hmm.
So this was one of them. If it's necessary, I can give you others, but they follow this kind of structure.
Okay. Let's just take a peek at this. Okay. I started baking bread at home as a personal challenge. That's very good. That's good. After many failures, I realized the problem wasn't me. So he's validating that he is capable of doing this, but it's the method. And I'm thinking like, yeah, like I can cook, but maybe my method's not good. Today I teach even complete beginners how to do it right. If you want to avoid years of mistakes, here you'll find 11 practical videos, 70 tested recipes, and a group that truly helps you. It's on sale, but only for a few days. Okay, let's click on that. And that was his control.
Yeah, it had
With
like, yeah, sorry, go on.
no. And the metrics on this thing were like, oh, how bad. So okay. With that, he made a 2x ROAS, correct?
Yeah, he had like, let me see, 3% CDR all and 1% CDR link.
Wow. Okay. So let's go back over here.
And the
Okay,
ROAS
so
on DZ only was 4.94.
4.94 ROAS.
Yeah, he had like a lot of ads, so on average it was like 2x ROAS and like 3% CDR all and 1.18% CDR link. These were
Okay.
the averages.
Okay. Wow. Okay. CTR all and link click. Okay. Let's diagnose what he did right, because that may help us in figuring some things out. Did you have a different audience than he did?
No, he launched everything. My ad, like he was launching his.
Okay. And he's launching his from the ads manager.
Yes.
And you verified does he have like CAPI set up in the usual conversion data?
Uh, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he didn't really let me in all those details, but I
Okay.
think so.
First of all, I mean, dude, like, okay, verify tracking first. I had a client a while back, and they set up the pixel to fire on add to cart. Not when it hit add to cart, dude, it would register a sale. Like, they were making a $27 sale every add to cart. I started running ads for these cats, and guess what happens? I'm like, man, I can't. And I'm like, I used their old ad. I used everything, dude. I could not make it work. And I realized, guess what? They had it set to an old add to cart, which they told me they were getting rid of. They were using like ClickFunnels and Go High Level. It was a mixture. It was a disaster. But I realized that they had data. You have to verify that data is correct. If that makes sense. Because that's the first step we need to do. Is the data right? Because if it's not, you could literally be working for the next 6 months and you're not going to be able to beat this guy's ad. And it's not about beating that, it's about beating that ROAS, because maybe he's got something set up you don't. So just kind of keep that in mind.
So you
So go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just asking that you mean that maybe his pixel is set up to verify the data, maybe not on the sale, but for the people who click on the button on the checkout from Google, from Meta?
I've had that happen where literally client tells me he's making like a 2 point something ROAS. Okay, okay, I'll tell you a great story here. So a client's making a 2 point something ROAS for old ads. I come in, he got his account banned. So let's just kind of keep that in mind. I don't think you have to worry about it. But we set up a new account and we put his old ads in. Dude, I couldn't make the old ads work no matter what. Remember, it was a fresh pixel. Are you using the same pixel as this guy, or you have a different account?
No, I'm using the same pixel. Same
Okay,
pixel.
okay. So I had to use a new pixel in this account. Dude, I struggled, could not make it work for a month with their old ads, my new ads, nothing. So one thing to keep in mind is that pixel will carry a lot of data that's going to fix it for him. Now let's go look at, are the landing pages exactly the same?
Yes, yes, they are.
Like identical can't be. Okay, it is identical pages.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's, and this is his. Okay, dude, this is not a bad ad. I started baking bread as home as a personal challenge. Failures wasn't me saying, basically saying it's not them, it's the method. He teaches people how to do it. Yes, it's on sale. Okay, I'm just gonna, and let's look at your ads. Okay, so whenever we like try to, we're taking on like a client and they have ads that are working, first thing we do is clone their ads and we run like their old ad as a control in our page and like in our ad account. So I would start running one, just say, hey, we want to see how this does. Let's run this ad and a split test in your ad account. Make sure it gets 1,000 impressions and just see how this does. Because one thing that we want to look at is when I land on this ad, there's a lot more to read. And then do that makes, that's great because it gives you more time to explain. But who is the target market for this? What's the age group of the buyers?
It goes from 35 to 65. It goes from people who uh, have a job and like they get back home and want their family to like enjoy what they eat. They find like enjoyment when people tell them that their bread is great, the food they cook is great, and it's even more healthy for them if they cook their bread at home. And yeah, so it goes from like parents to even just like normal people who after work they like to cook their bread for themselves or their family.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm just going to grab this page and put it on this document just so conversation wise. Okay, we already got it. So here it doesn't go in any, this is only about the success you'll have baking your bread. Literally, that's all it is. You'll have success, proven recipes. Here's why most people who love baking bread never manage to pull out a loaf out of the oven with, okay. There's a disconnect in this first sentence. And granted, I know that like there's like sentence context, like from your language to my language. I realize there could be a sentence context, and this could be the problem for me reading it. But here you're saying people who love baking bread. Here it's not targeted at people who love. It's almost like they don't even know that they're going to love baking bread. Here I feel like, man, people who love baking bread but never manage to pull a loaf out of the oven with a crispy top. If I read that, it pretty much excludes everyone who would be interested. I almost feel like you need to be a professional, if that makes sense. Here it's pretty much saying this is about him, this is about them. Does that, and guys, this is for everybody saying when you're writing an ad, this is my results. You're writing an ad about their results, if that makes sense. And it, by the way, this doesn't read like an ad because it's about him. Most ads are talking about you. So basically, I would say, instead of here's why most people who love baking bread, I would say here's why most people basically fail to bake bread. They're struggling to bake a bread. Baking bread. Here's why okay, by the way, one question. Do you know if they've already tried to bake bread before, or is this the first time they tried to bake bread?
Yeah, so it's the target he told me that is for people who already tried and then they failed and they were kind of getting frustrated because of it.
Okay. I would start out, want to learn how to bake, perfect bread every time. I'm just making this up. Every time, getting compliments from family and friends, I think I would start it out like try something like that. And obviously you need to kind of clean it up. But what's happening is your ad, basically the very first line, I think the CTR, pull out the oven with the crispy golden crust and unique flavor. I love that part. Dude, I love that part. I think that when Facebook is showing this ad, dude, they're probably going to be showing like maybe this much of it. And it says for people who love baking bread. They don't know they love baking bread yet, if that makes sense. They've only got started. Okay. And you're adding this adds a qualifier to the person who likes baking bread. Here, it just started as a personal challenge. After many failures, I realized the problem wasn't me, it was a method. Today, okay, there are times when professionals like us will struggle trying to write an ad, and some guy who just doesn't, who wouldn't know a pixel from a whatever can often do better. So here I think we're starting out by making a qualification. People who love baking bread. Here's why most people Here's why most people who love baking bread never manage to pull a loaf out of the oven with golden crispy flavor. Um, it's not because they're not talented enough at baking. It's not because your kitchen tools aren't good enough. It's not because baking bread at home is impossible. Like I feel like these are problems that we think they have. You know, do I have the right tools? Well, they baking bread 1,000 years ago, and some dude with a stone roller. Um, I kind of feel like it's not because you're talented enough. I feel like by starting out by saying why you're not, I'm not sure that, okay, it's almost like a positive negative. It's not because, well, you're starting out saying it's not. I'm not sure this adds the emotional hook you need at this point. I would talk about basically breaking bread that gets compliments from family and friend, want to bake breads. I wouldn't talk about their failures, basically. Okay. And I feel like, in fact, there are 1,500 ordinary people. I would use exact numbers like, 15,234. And I wouldn't say ordinary because when you say ordinary, it's like, well, man, you're ordinary, you're common. Everyone wants to feel special. I'd say, discover how 15,000, you could even call them novice bed breakers. Discover how 15,000 novice, I'm going to put bakers or actually cooks. It could be anything. Bake, perfect loaves every day in the home. Using one simple method. Okay. So there are never the real. So these are the people fail. I would take that out because I don't want to talk about their failures. Like, dude, just never talk about the failures. People don't realize this, and this is just about baking bread. Okay, you're still talking about what's holding them back, if that makes sense. It's not the oven. It's not the oven. It's not the, like, you could talk about these if you want, but I think I would skip this because, like, what is the tone of this ad? Pretty much, I got started. I had a lot of failures. I discovered that it's a method that works. And in here, we're just it's a longer ad because if you don't understand the details of flour, like self-rising versus, there's different levels of gluten in this flour. And dude, like here, you're kind of talking about stuff that they just want to know to go buy self-rising flour, if that makes sense. You don't understand the specifics of your oven and different types of baking. If you don't understand the details of sourdough, like this is implying, like, I've never cooked sourdough in my life. It's almost like you're taking them into the weeds, if that makes sense. Like we want to sell them the dream of cooking flour, cooking bread, not the details of it. Like every flour is different. Now you're making me think, man, I don't even know if I want to do this because I don't know if I got the right flour.
Yeah, so what I was trying to do is like I was using the why what how structure to put them in a problem state so I could get a bigger portion of these people.
That
And
makes sense.
and in the air I was talking about I was talking about that because while I was finding the criteria of the market, I found that these people were pretty helpless, and the solution that that this guy has is like he shows them the difference in every type of oven, every type of flour, every type of ingredient, because when they try to bake bread the first time using other recipes or experts recipes and methods, they failed.
Mhm.
And I was trying to show them that the reason why they failed wasn't because they are not good enough or they don't have the right ingredients, but it's just that the recipes and the methods that they were using and copying from other recipes and other experts were not good for them and their type of ingredients and their type of oven. So
Okay. Okay. So what I would do, just because you already have a control here, and normally I would say like the control is working to some extent. Because I mean, and definitely validate that, dude. Because if he's getting like a 2 to 5 ROAS on this thing, I would validate the tracking first, if that makes sense. And you launched it from the same page as his, like the same fan page.
yeah, it's the guru's Facebook page, the guru's profile.
Okay. Um, this is what I'm thinking about. I would probably try something like this, where you'd basically take a variation of this thing, and also we have to look at what was the headline. Okay. Um, like, dude, what headline did he have that yours doesn't have?
In the sales page, do you mean, or
On his ad, on his ad.
let me check. One
Because like I
sec.
see the body copy, but I'm not totally sure I see a headline difference.
Yeah, let me check. Give me 1 second so I can pull up the ad.
I would probably test. Okay, I'm gonna tell ChatGPT to do a
So
variation of this.
his headline was you don't need talent, you just need the right method. While
Mhm.
mine was well mine was here's the right method to bake perfect bread, step-by-step process.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for not including that in the
No, no,
doc.
no, no, that's fine. Dude, I would also split test those headlines as well, because kind of I feel like it's probably a niche that's not very massive, if that makes sense. It's not like a million people today are looking for, like, probably Googling bread recipes, but
Yeah.
like here's one: after countless flops, discover the problem wasn't me, it was my method. Imagine pulling warm, fragrant bread out of the oven. Wow, did you make this? Like, dude, clean these up and kind of use the split test the same headline as well that he had, and run that offer and just see what happens. You know, these are just like very slight variations. Um, and but kind of you might want to kind of tweak them a little bit just from a grammatical standpoint. Doing that, changing from one to the other. Let me just share this with you, by the way. Um, I would definitely tell you to grab that and just see, because part of it is, if his is different from yours, I'm I'm kind of curious whenever I see that, like, something like radically different. Like radically different and his results are radically different. I mean, how much is he spending per day on this thing?
So per day, let me see. So in total, he spent like $30,000, $32,000.
Okay.
And per day with my ads, he was spending like from 40 to $60 a day.
Okay.
Yeah, $40 a day. And yeah, that's what I didn't get, because like my ads, uh
Technically better.
yeah, because the ad that you reviewed had
Mm-hmm.
like 6.50% CTR all,
Mm-hmm.
and no, sorry, 5.33% CTR all and 2.15 CTR link,
Mm-hmm.
and it had 0.31 dollars CPC and $6 CPM. So the metrics were actually better and they did break the control, but he told me that they didn't get any sale.
That makes sense. Now, part of that is he measuring sales correctly? Like I'm just like this part I'm always paranoid about. I've seen people like I wrote ads, they should crush it. They tell me it's not working. And then by the time I finally go back, I realize they literally like they screw up their part. Um, what I would be interested in is this part right here. His ads focused on him, if that makes sense. It's I did this, I did. He doesn't educate anybody. He just said, I did this. It's the method. I can show you how to do it.
Yeah.
And your ad was actually educational because you talked about like the different flours, the different yeast, equipment. Your ads are actually better, which I can see why they would get a higher click-through rate. But I also found there are these little pocket audiences, dude. Like sometimes things that should work don't work, if that makes sense. And I think if you test a variation that's close to his, I think that might at least tell you, is it because if he says, man, these ads don't work, I'm like, wait, dude, I copied them from yours. They're a close variation of yours. If yours work, mine should work. Does that make sense? Because if he comes back with these aren't working, then it's like, okay, you really got to dig into what's wrong with it. Because, dude, the page doesn't change. And very often I see clients who want like, higher click through, higher metrics and all, but the ROAS doesn't back out because you can get people who are curiosity clickers. You can get, there are a lot of things that can kind of make it, basically things that don't add value, but that pull in, make the buyer click for curiosity based.
Yeah.
I think that might, because dude, his ad is simple. I mean, honestly, like, okay, you got the data, and this is like doing a 2 to 5 ROAS. I'm like, that's not a bad day. And his is more like a personal post, like I did this, you can do it too. Yours was more educational, longer to read, which in theory you should have, your ad should have outpulled his ad because your numbers are better. More people click it to read it. But you know what? Sometimes things don't always work that way. Do you think you can, tweak these and run and get him to run these ads? Obviously, you want to clean them up or tweak them, make them a little better. But grammatically, test out ads are so similar. Now the thing is, if you test these ads out as a baseline and they come back not working, what does that say? Maybe is he there? You've been measuring it correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, so what you're saying I should try to do is like write more solution-based ads and like more like shorter and more personal so that they can relate, because maybe the market is not like a market as like a BSOP or like weight loss could be.
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So like I'll show you an example. If I saw this on Facebook, I started baking bread at home. Dude, I would not even assume it's an ad. This seems personal. Like I started baking bread at home as a personal challenge. Like I feel like it could be sexier, as a lot could be done to this, but it doesn't even feel like an ad. After many failures, I realized the problem wasn't me, it was the method. Still doesn't feel like an ad. Now it's beginning to feel like today I teach complete beginners how to do it right. This starts feeling like an ad. If you want to avoid years of mistakes, here are 11 practical videos, 7 recipes, and a group that truly helps you. Like, dude, to me, this is like, dude, this is like, it looks like, it doesn't read like an ad. And I'm up here going, want to bake the perfect bread every time. It almost feels like an ad. To some extent, like here, you just want to see, is your variation even going to get the same results as his? Because if you don't get the same results as his, maybe they're measuring this thing wrong. Does that make sense? Because if they're measuring stuff wrong, then no matter what you do, you're not going to get a result. And I think that would be.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
So I think that would be my first thing is I want to test ads that are similar to his to even see if I'm going to get the same result. Because if you can't even get the same result with ads that literally are just his ads, dude, reworded a little bit better. Now you have to be careful because the guy may say, why in the world, or like your ads are so close to my ads. I would also have like other ads in here. But you want to see, are you even getting the same CTR as he? Because, dude, these are super close variations of what he's got. And if you can't one-to-one test it, dude, you don't even know that they're measuring the data right. And that's the part that makes me nervous. Because just imagine if you write 10 more ads, dude, like let's say it takes 30, 40 minutes, an hour to write an ad. You do 10 more of these things and he says, man, none of these things work. Maybe the ad problem is on his side, not your side. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I think what I should do is like first check that he's measuring the before anything else. I think that I should check if he's measuring the data correctly.
Yep.
And so one of the concerns I had is like, well, maybe it's also because we are entering summer and baking bread is like
Less
maybe
popular.
the season is like, could that be the reason why there were less conversions? Or because of the metrics, it shouldn't be.
You can check that. Find out from him, like, did the sales slow down in the summer? Because he may say, yeah, dude, sales always slow down in the summer. And my ROAS, and this is nothing, does his ROAS drop in the summer? Because, dude, like the ROAS here is actually good. I mean, dude, like I'm looking at this going like, that's really not bad. I mean, that's truly not a bad thing. And I'm sitting there going like, like looking at that, I'm like, this is good, but he may be, and it may be a seasonal thing. But basically, for every dollar he puts in, he's getting $1 out or more. And then when I look at this, I'm like, okay, I can't read it, but like it, reads easy. There's a video, 30-second video, testimonials, happy people with happy bread. And how much is that? Like 47 as well, like $7 or 47 or?
No, it's $47. 47.
Okay.
And then yeah, there is a bump and there is no like opt-in. You just get to the checkout page.
There's
So when I'm like,
yeah.
let me ask you another question, dude. How many clicks did you get versus how many did he get? Because maybe your ad's winning, but you don't have enough clicks to be able to determine that.
So, well, one thing I should say is that my ads, like he wanted them to convert instantly, and
Mm-hmm.
he like ran them for I think 2 to 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So after 2 days, he stopped running them. So my ads got let me check. On that specific ad, it got like 29 clicks, but there was another ad that got 248 clicks, and yeah, another one that got 93 clicks, 76,
So
24. Yeah.
so you're getting enough clicks to kind of tell what's working
Yeah.
from that sample. Okay. I'm just clicking here. I'm just curious. And they were all going to the. Okay, this
Yeah,
is a
so
difference.
yeah, no, these are new ads. Like, I don't know what he did. He wrote new ads. But if you look at uh, inactive ads, I gave you the old control and the old, and if
Okay.
you check that, they all bring to that page, that old page. He probably changed. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's lying to me about certain things because I gave him a lot of knowledge about how things should be done. In fact, he changed the sales page right here.
Mm-hmm.
In that page, he completely changed the sales page. I didn't know that. So, and also the ads before, he wasn't running the types of ads that he's running now. He's running them based on certain certain insights and advice that I gave him, which are making them better. So I don't know if he's lying to me also about my ads because he just wanted to get free ads or something, but it doesn't make sense because why would you even do that? I would just help you more. I also wrote those ads for him for free, so like I don't know if that's the case. I hope it's not.
Yeah, I mean, and I think part of it, dude, is like there seems like a lot of moving parts going on here. Because now that they've got different pages, were they really tracking the way they should have been? And it's hard to kind of tell a winner or loser just with like a single ad, if that makes sense. Like your ad got more clicks, and I noticed he's not running the ad that the little, I don't know, the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, no, he's not anymore.
So I think I would kind of So what type of agreement did you have? Did he pay you to write ads, or did you just write some for him? How did that come about?
No, I outreached them, and I just wanted to write ads to get some trophies in. So the
Hmm.
deals that I could close and that people that wanted to do some deal, and I would get money and write ads for them. And others that agreed but were a bit skeptical, I would write ads for them for free just to get the trophy in. And this is a nice trophy because I can showcase that I broke the control and also the
Right.
metrics are great. But yeah, the deal was I write this for free and then you give me a video testimonial after the ads are after we are done with the ads and they performed well, which they did. Uh, but yeah, so I should definitely ask him about the tracking of the results,
Right.
basically.
Yep.
So if he asked me how should he change the tracking, I don't really know how to do that. What should I tell him?
Just tell him to send you the pages that you want to track. Send them to me. We can figure that out together.
All right, thanks so much.
You're
And
welcome.
one last question, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, I usually have a hard time writing shorter type of ads. I usually tend to go longer. I don't know
Mhm.
why. That's just the way I write, but I understand that writing shorter ads, especially now that we are in summer, could be way more beneficial. So I don't know if you have any tips about that, or like if you could direct me somewhere where I could understand which parts are like essential in an ads and where to cut out fat.
The first three lines will appear like in the Facebook, newsfeed piece. Dude, I spend all my time on that. If you can just write a good hook, because like it's actually harder to write shorter ads than longer ads. It's actually easier to write longer ads. But shorter ads where you've got to go through and like go every single sentence, like does it have impact? Does it have meaning? The best way to look at it is to focus on like creating a really good hook. You can use Chat GPT to do that, but focus on a really, 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 really good hook, first of all. And then the next question is just get to the point, make each word powerful. I could do a training next week on like how to write short copy to make impact. I can work on that. But dude, that's the key. Just right, focus on that hook.
Right. Okay. Thanks a lot, man.
And you're welcome. I'm gonna go to Colin, and Colin, it means I'll get you next time. So let me ask Colin to unmute. Dude, how's it going?
Hey, good brother. How are you? Let me get my
Doing
camera.
good. Next time I will make sure you're number one. I'll move you to the front of the line. So
Oh,
with
good. I
that
mean, I'm the one
said,
that waited till this morning to submit it. So,
that's all good, dude. It's all good. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Tell me about what you got.
so I work for my dad. I'm a sales guy, and we sell gaskets to companies that are in the energy sector or in the manufacturing space. So I don't know if you know what a gasket is. It's just rubber material that's cut into a specific shape, and it just helps machines keep from wearing down. And a lot of machines can't operate without the gaskets in place, meaning like the gasket breaks, they have to get it replaced. Otherwise, the machine's down. And when the machine's down, right, they're losing money. So what we're trying to figure out right now is what we need to do for our cold outreach. So we're cold texting and like cold calling people, and we're getting contacts from
Mhm.
Apollo and stuff like that. But just trying to really dial in the messaging. So I've attached what we're currently doing right now. I think it could be improved, and I kind of have my ideas of stuff we could try, but wanted to turn some ideas past you as well.
I like that. So I grew up with a wrench in my hand. All my uncles were mechanics. So I grew up, fixing blown head gaskets and fixing things, got a degree in engineering. So totally, totally familiar with the world of gasket.
Cool.
Actually, familiar enough to know that what they are, not familiar enough to know like XYZ.
Yeah.
But I'm familiar with gaskets from that standpoint. So let's just take a step back here, dude. Let's just me and you take a step back. Okay.
Okay.
So who is the buyer? Like right now, who is the absolute buyer of this product?
I would say it's where my dad lives, where our physical location is. Across the street, there's a huge oil refinery. It's called Navajo Oil Refinery. So I would say that's the biggest buyer right now is oil refineries, oil and gas, anything in the oil and gas industry.
Okay. I blow a gasket on, insert whatever. My machine's down for 3, 4 hours while some guy's working on it. That's like a ever-loving metric boatload ton crap of money to have machines down.
Yes.
In manufacturing, downtime is like, I mean, it's just like the worst thing ever. So it sounds like you guys are pretty close to that place. And are you focusing on like what makes your gaskets different? What makes your business or what makes your service different?
I would say the material we use is like we give pretty really good quality gaskets in general. Meaning
Mhm.
like if we go replacement, it's gonna last a long time. Eventually the gaskets will fail at some point. Like there's nothing you can do about that. But I would say the biggest selling point is just the reliability, especially with that refinery specifically being across the street, right? It's just like, hey, this thing's broke. Like, can you cut out one that looks like this and us swing by and get it? So I would say the reliability and the speed is the biggest thing.
Okay. So, okay. I used to be a project manager for construction, and dude, like nothing would like make me want to jump off of a one-story window and run more than like not being able to get stuff when we need it. So like you just nailed a big thing. My first question is these companies like you're reaching out to, I know plenty of people do similar outreach in other niches and it works. So I don't think outreach technically is the problem. I know outreach works. The question becomes, who are you reaching out to? Like, are you reaching out to people who are like in your neighborhood, your state, your city, your zip? Like, how big is the area around here?
So we're doing a 100-mile radius close to the shop. So that's in Artesia, New Mexico. So think like Southeast New Mexico, West Texas, around that area. And then I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And we know there's probably a lot of companies out here that we could end up working with. So I'm doing a 100-mile radius around the DFW area. And again, it's I don't know the specifics of it, but it's going to be any sort of like energy company or manufacturing company, anybody that has like machines, again, that use gaskets. That's sort of what we're going after, because we kind of want to expand outside of just oil and gas as well. Because really, like ultimately, for my dad, the goal is to get prospecting systems in place. Because really, he's done nothing. He's just made all of his money off of the same, 2, 3, 4, 5 customers, and they've done really well. But he wants to sell the business, and so we've been working with Alex Hormozy and their team. And one of the things that they talk about is, that's what they're telling us to do. Like, hey, we got to just be able to show on paper, look, we have this system. You're able to get new customers this way, and customers stay for this long. This is how much it costs to acquire them, so that my dad can get a higher selling price. So that's the ultimate goal. Why we're doing all of this.
It's a very simplified, what you just said was a very simplified version of the reality of it, which is good. The first question we have to look at is, do you know? Because when you're saying machinery, I mean literally any factory with a moving part is going to have some type of machinery. So
Exactly.
how big are these factories? Like, is there a certain criteria size? Like, are these things have at least 100 employees, or they use 50, or
Yeah,
is your
they're going to be on the
criteria?
bigger. It's going to be on the bigger side, like 100 plus employees companies usually.
Okay.
Like I'd say that's 100 employees would be on the smaller side.
Okay. So that works. Okay. I'm going to pull up are you using LinkedIn with LinkedIn Navigator?
I think that's something we're currently building out. Yeah.
Okay. Dude, don't build it out. Just get it. Sign up for it. Does your LinkedIn reference the company's LinkedIn, or your LinkedIn's different?
Well, that's what we're doing right now. So it's like me, there's another sales guy, and then it's my dad's LinkedIn account. And then we have some consultant that's working with us, and he's handling all like getting the contacts to me, getting the contacts to the guy. And I think right now, like he's working on getting LinkedIn Navigator set up in a way where we can do outreach and still point everything back to the company, where it's not just so. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'm gonna use an example. If you're using LinkedIn Navigator, and I would suggest you be the one using this, dude, you could go in there and you can say, you can target companies that are within 100-mile radius that are in this category who have this many people working.
Okay.
You do that. So let's just say you do that. And I'm going to pull up a number, dude. Let's say there's 1,200. I'm just using simple Charles math here, by the way.
Okay.
So you do that. And let's say there's 1,200 of these people. What I would do would start closest to me and create a hit list. Like within a 10-mile radius, let's pretend 10 companies. You can figure that out with LinkedIn, like within minutes.
Yep.
My first question is, who is the VP? Who is the CEO? Who do I know who's in common to these people? And how can I get a connection with them? If that makes sense. And also, who's in charge of procurement? So let's say I'm making this up. I've got, I don't know, I've got a well that just blew a gasket, or whatever the case may be. Are they sending up like CAD CAM files, you guys, or you just guys how do you make this gasket? Like,
Yeah,
like
so we have a machine that'll do it, and yeah, they just send us a CAD file. Or sometimes I think they can just describe the shape of it, and we're able to go from
Yeah.
there. And then but the refinery, right? Like we know which specific gaskets they need consistently, so we have those saved in our system. So they just say, "Hey, we need this," and we click on it, and the machine makes it.
So my question is, have you done a case study on this yet with that one client?
Yes, we've got I mean, not like written out, if that makes sense. But I know on the website, is that what you like? I guess what do you define as a case study?
Okay.
Just like a
So
written.
yeah, just like a written brief. Hey, this is some of the success we've had.
Okay.
You don't have to necessarily name the client. Here's some of the success we've had. Within 2 hours and 35 minutes of getting a call or the CAD file, we're typically having the gasket in the client's hand.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
just making that up.
Yep. I
Because
get your point.
yeah, dude, because of that we've reduced time down by 73%, and we've saved, about making this up, $7.3 million in downtime just with our VIP execution. I'm just, dude, making this up on the fly, by the way. Something like that is huge.
Mhm.
And just kind of keep that in mind. So I think, first of all, what makes you different, not what makes you better, but what makes you different that you could target the companies closest to you. Like if I had that and I found these guys on LinkedIn, I'd be getting that case study, whether I had to print it, mail it, text it, drop it off with donuts with my case study taped to the back of a donut box. I would get that in their hands and just say, you're within, 10 miles from us. I'm making this up, I don't know distances, but you're within 10 miles from us and we'd love to see what we can do to help you.
Mhm.
Because one of the things you've got is, how hard is it for somebody to change gasket suppliers?
I think it's not extremely difficult unless they are, locked into some sort of long-term contract with another company of like, hey, we got to buy for 2 years. But a lot of companies, it's just more so. Like I think
Convenience and
even for us
procurement.
with Navajo, like we're just so close. Like they just reach out to us, like, hey, we need this. Hey, we need this. There's not really like a contract, so they technically could do it for the companies. I know there's distribution companies that they can work with. So some of the people that buy gaskets from us, like all the invoicing, all the paperwork side of it gets handled by this other company. They say, hey, bill this company. And then so like we bill it to the distributor, and the distributor handles all the paperwork and stuff with them. So
So when I was a project manager, dude, I ordered from people I like and I knew.
Mm.
Like literally, we had to get something paved. Who do I know's got a paving company? Dude, there's people who have paving companies. I would like, dude, I wouldn't even stop if they're in the ditch and the car exploded. I'd be like driving by with marshmallows out the window. Maybe not quite that bad, but what's happening is I think you just need to develop, which obviously this, you need to basically develop those relationships with those people.
yes.
And to get those relationships, the greatest way to do that, dude, is take them for dinner one night.
And that's the thing. My dad hates it. He's like, I want to sit on my computer, put numbers in, but I'm very like, I'll take anyone to dinner. Let's go golf. And my grandpa, who started the company, was more like me, and that's why I did so well. Because
Yes,
literally, like my grandpa, it's insane. I mean, people like the guy, and we're like, people will call my dad like, hey, how's your dad? And he's like, you haven't talked to him in 15 years. Like, what? I'm here now. So that's kind of what the idea is.
Okay. So I'm gonna use an example. Like last Monday, me, Alan, and Brandon went to dinner with a hedge fund manager. Not that we want to do anything with hedge funds, but like it's just making those connections.
Yep.
What I would probably look at doing is, once you sit down and have a connection with somebody, dude, it's so much harder to break.
Yeah.
That's going to be okay. I'm going to use Josh. Josh is on the call. Josh's family owns. If you got a gummy bear in America, it probably came from his family. They have a huge manufacturing plant, so they might need gaskets. But
yeah, you guys
what
need
I'm getting,
gaskets.
yeah, but what I'm getting to is like I've known Josh like for 4 years, dude. He's hung out in Charlotte. We've gone out to eat. We've done stuff together. There's like a connection.
Yeah.
So what you're trying to do is, there's two ways to do it. One, cold outreach, email, SMS, direct mail, messaging people, hounding people. And if you find somebody who just happens to be ready to change gasket employees, they say yes. It's a pure numbers game, which is fine. The next way to do it would be like, hey, I'm getting, a couple, I'm getting together with five. Don't do more than five. Five, local businesses. All of us are non-competitive. I'm just taking out some guys from, for dinner. We have a gas company, just, it's not a pitch fest. It's just to get to know you. And you just take them out, just take 5 guys out and just get to know them. Like, don't go deliver that meal to the office and walk away. Try to find guys, you just want to take out to dinner, get to know. Maybe you can make some introductions, maybe not. We got gaskets. And I think you would be surprised at the results, because I can tell when me and you're talking, dude, you got high energy. Like you would be great in, I think, like an outdoor, like a dinner setting or golf. Like you have that energy, you've got that presence where you like people. You walk up and probably strike up conversation with 5 people with no problem.
Oh yeah, I mean it's funny. When my wife and I found out we were pregnant early on, we weren't telling anybody, but I was like, oh, I tell everybody I golf with. I'm in 5 minutes. I'm like, hey, I'm having a baby. We just found out yesterday. So
Dude,
yeah,
I mean, could you just start like a DFW business supper club for manufacturers? And
yeah, I think something like that would be fantastic.
Because I'm going to tell you where you're going to really gain leverage in this. Okay. Me and Alan and Brandon having lunch with the dude who's the hedge fund manager. You know how we ended up meeting the hedge fund manager? One of Alan's other friends. Like, hey, let's all, like he's very outgoing. It's like, oh, let's all go have dinner together. So just imagine you make this connection with 5 other people. And don't take them to like an $800 steakhouse. It's not about that. It's just, let's take them out to like, steak's good. People like steaks, but take them somewhere and just sit down. Hey, I'm happy to all have us together. Maybe it's at a beer garden or something. Just take a cigar bar, whatever the case may be. Just take them someplace, hang out, and get to know them.
Yeah, no, I think cigar bar would be good. But that's what but they're just reaching out to people. That's sort of the pitch. It's like, hey, we're a gas company. We want to get, more manufacturing companies closer. Kind of like what you're saying. We're actually going to dinner this Friday. So you sort of message everybody that, and then whoever shows up, shows up.
I'd get them to let me know if you want to come. Just let me know. Because
Okay,
nobody
kind of
shows
like
up.
RSVP. Because like you're saying, you don't want like 30 people.
Consider people you can't interact with them. Most people are not. You can do good with 5 people. Because you're going to be the one asking the questions, getting to know these people, but you can't get to know 30 people.
Exactly. Okay.
And just tell them, hey, we're trying to put together a small group of 5 people. Would you be interested in attending? It's not. This is as much as I would like this. You can't say this. This is not a pitch fest. It's a function of getting to know other companies and see how we can, create a mutually beneficial long-term relationship.
And I could rotate it too. We go to dinner one night. We could go golf twice a week. We could go to a cigar bar. We could do a lot of different stuff.
Right. And you hit them up in LinkedIn. You hit them up in email. You hit them up everywhere you can to get to know them. But don't call them until you've emailed and messaged them, because if you just cold call them, who are you? What do you want? No, I'm not buying what you're selling.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're looking at this as like another sales pitch.
Yep.
And what would be really cool, and because you're the one controlling LinkedIn, who do you know who is in common with these 5 people? LinkedIn will show you. They'll show you the mutual connection you have between you and John, or you and Bob, or you and Frank, or you and whoever.
So they get the message and it's like 10 mutual connections. Yeah, I like that.
And just a function of, hey, we're putting together a DFW manufacturing business supper club. My buddy John said you might be interested in it. I also talk to John, like call your buddy John and say, John, like, would you like to go? Blah, blah, blah. Because he's kind of that semi-connector.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, I would do that over anything else. You can send postcards. Everything else you do is going to make this better. So like the cold outreach and everything else. Now you may get the first 5 people together. You may discover and they're going to probably want to know who else is coming, by the way. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
But dude, get them together, provide value. This isn't a pitch for the gaskets. It's how can I benefit you? That your job is to benefit them. And maybe that benefit is in a connection, also not to your main client, but and certainly don't invite anybody gasket related, but like, how can I benefit you? You guys blow a head gasket and you're down for 6 hours, man. We down at Navajo, man, we got this thing down to less than 35 minutes from CAD file to walking out the door with a rubber gasket or metal gasket or some other gasket.
Yep. No, I really like this. Is great, Charles. Because really the goal is if we get enough people here, we'll just start a location here, get the machine, and then we can store people's same thing. It's like a warehouse almost.
Yep.
Okay, we'll have it pre-cut. It's ready to go. And then, focus on the delivery. We'll have guys deliver in our race cars.
Dude, and think about this. You are in the 3rd most populated city in America. I think Dallas, Fort Worth, or Houston area is like 3rd most populous city in the U.S.
Yep, it's huge.
So, like Charlotte's got 2.5 million people. I think you have 5 million, more than twice the size of Charlotte.
It's it's 8 million.
8 million, dude. Yeah. What's a few million between friends? So
Yeah.
you're, and the thing is, you have a personality that's outgoing. I can't see your personality in a text message or an email, And if I was going to be sending out dude, if I was doing this, I would reach out. Then the next day I'd reach out with the video. Hey, Colin. Hey, Colin, it's Charles, dude. I just want to touch bases. Send an email, but I know how things can go. And I know you get pitched all the time for people trying to get you out to dinners where it's like a multi-level network pitch fest. That's not what this is about. I want to get 5 guys together in manufacturing, non-competitive. And the question is, how can we give you value? And how can we help introduce you to other people in our network? I'm just going to tell you, I do sell gaskets. If you need gaskets, great. If you don't, great. I still want to, make that connection.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Dude, do that because this is the thing. Like, all it takes is having a meal with somebody, dude. It's at least there's a connection and gives you a reason to follow up. Hey, dude, thank you so much for showing up, man. I really appreciate it. Like I said, we sell gaskets if you need them, and I would probably target people that are more in need of gaskets, if that makes sense. Like, I don't more about gaskets than I ever will. Like, what type of company and what type of manufacturer would be more inclined to need these gaskets?
Yeah,
and what type of like whether it's oil, gas, like who are the people that when it fails, time is money?
Yeah, I would just say more so the size. Like if they got 200 employees and they've got all of these machines they're all working on, because it's like if the machine goes down, the employee's still there getting paid for their time, but nothing's getting so. I think that's what we're focused on is like just basically size. Because we know if they're big enough, they're going to have enough machines where it becomes an issue. Because if you have one machine, and you've got 2 employees, it's really not the biggest deal in the world if it goes down. So,
but you blow a gasket at 2 a.m. You guys have the CAD files, and I'd also maybe once you got to know these people, like, hey, here's the process. Once you send us the CAD file, we use it, we archive it, blah blah blah. There's so much you could do with explaining the process. But your strength is people to people, dude.
Yep. I like it. Thank you, Charles. That was awesome. This is kind of like what me and my dad have been talking about, but this in terms of strategy, we didn't really know how exactly we're going to get people to go to dinner. How exactly. But now I have a really clear idea. So I'm going to talk to him. I think he's really going to like it.
And the thing is, dude, you're just reaching out. You're just creating value. And I would try to find that common person that I would literally try to find, okay. Have you heard of what's called a super connector on LinkedIn?
No.
These are people.
Is that like a badge?
Yes. Or they used to have what they were called lions. Means they accept an invitation. These would be the people with these massive, massive networks.
Okay. I got you.
And these guys are super connectors. Like you could talk to them and they'd be like, yeah, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That would be who I would go after.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be good. Because even if you get someone who maybe doesn't need themselves directly need gaskets, they might know 10 guys. And then it's like, boom. So yeah, that
Mhm.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And the question is who would be the one I'd target the owner of the company, the VPs, like, whoever's in charge of making the decisions for gaskets. Like I wouldn't target the main mechanic because he can't make a decision, and also what's he going to do? Like, he's in charge of one thing and there's somebody who's in charge of all stuff, like who's in charge of stuff that can make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And how can you present your offer that you can save time, which is money.
Yep.
Man, all gaskets are about the same, quality control, however you like to look at it, but we save you time.
Yep, and that's the part of the messaging. It's like, look, we're going to be reliable. We're going to be quick.
Call me basically I would say you call me at 2 a.m. We'll get that thing cut. And I will, if I have to drive you myself, we'll get you that gasket.
Yep. And that's literally what my dad does. He's done it before.
Did I like it? You're good?
I'm great. Yeah. That was awesome. Thanks, Charles.
Dude, you're welcome. I'm going to go to Josh. Hey, dude, how's it going?
Hey, good man. Heads up, there's a gigantic storm coming, so I might even lose power, which will lose the internet. So
It's okay. It's okay, dude.
We'll see.
It's all good.
We'll see what happens.
It's all good. So, dude, I've been thinking about the SEL stuff.
Yeah.
So let me give me 1 second. I need to move. Oh, and we're still being recorded, by the way, so I can stop recording in a second. Okay, stop recording. And so empty appointment books. And we still and Giovanni's still here, so we're good. So one angle of this thing is and this is like Dr. Laird's wife, she's told me about this. She's like, it's the ups and downs that kill her. But she's got to get these, massage therapists and all these people come in. And she's like, just kind of getting these people in, do something, blah, blah, blah. So it's like you're putting an end to that problem. So,
Okay. So it's
while
the
we're
ups
skilled-
and downs, meaning like they're like feast or famine. Like some months they're doing really well, some months they're not.
Right.
So
And she's like, you got to save. She goes, you have to save so much in the good months because she's like, when the bad ones hit, she goes like, you don't even know if you can keep the lights on. And she's like, during the summer, which is like they're low for her, it was like, the lowest time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, during the summer things slow down for like certain procedures, and they're all looking for that recurring revenue, like, come back for Botox and whatever days, whatever months, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
I do like the 90-day calendar blueprint. Get 5 to 10 new premium patients monthly without discounting your services.
Okay.
That's
And let me make
huge because
sure, which one am I showing? Are you looking at a certain, oh, okay, got it, without discounting your services. So like the direct sales offer one that I have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think one thing that could be useful, and I don't know that this would be useful yet, but like even if you gave them like a calendar, like, hey, here's a bonus. It's here is a calendar to which you can mail to generate, like, hey, do you have a Mother's Day? Everyone's gonna have like the Mother's Day special, things like that.
Mhm.
But like, how can you hit them with other times, other sales? Just how to give them more value.
Okay.
Okay, that's one predictable patient flow. Let me just share my screen here. I can share this. Share this. Okay. So, okay. Predictable patients, not feast or famine. Premium pricing because most of them have to like run sales to make cash flow.
Oh, yeah,
Consistent revenue. This is good. Patient retention. this is what a lot of them won't do because they're just struggling with it. And local market, they want to be like they want to be the one everybody thinks of when they say that name. And every local market has this one person who dominates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 90 days of advanced booking. Huge. $500,000 of annual revenues. That's a big deal. And I'm not sure how to back into that, but we could back into like, that's X number of patients of this, X number of patients of that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait list, dude, if you could give these women a wait list, they would be salivating because most of them will either be booked for the week or like empty. This would be a big one, and this would leverage the Google Maps aspect, the fact that they're getting constant referrals, and they also want constant reviews, premium rates, pushbacks. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Never worry about where your next patient is coming from. I like that a lot, dude.
Okay. Yeah. And I want to kind of give some scope. I think that this is like at least dialed into like what the main pain points are.
Right.
And I think it's to your point. I think there's validity to going to just like targeting just med spas. It's something that I can do really well. I can't help, and I want to just talk it out. You can tell me, you could dispel it or whatever. But there's this company called like Streamline Results, and I was talking to a client that I'll probably be working with. They were charged by him. He's basically like how he's worked is like he's basically like a $500 a month SEO service, like bare bones. Streamline Results. And his market is like he's not focused on anything. He's really open to everything. Like if you look at his markets, you can kind of see at the very top that menu bar. You'll see that it's just he's built it all out for everything. But he
I think I lost you, dude. I lost you. Okay. Okay, Josh is currently having internet problems. I'm going to go to Giovanni. Hey, dude, how's it going?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Doing good. How's your day going?
Good. Just working and listening to you.
Sweet. So what you're working on, or what is the one thing that you're doing that would make the biggest impact in your business?
Simplifying everything. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So
how's the offer going? Let's talk about that.
Oh, but Charles, I'll just let you know I'm back, but take your time. There's no rush.
Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go finish off. I'll talk to you.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
So, dude, checking this out, child development.
Yeah. So the strategy, what I was going to kind of say, his goal, and it somewhat piqued my interest, is his just as a volume game. Like his essentially is like, I'll get you in at $500 a month. I'll do. I'm not saying that he doesn't do a good job at what he's doing, but he's taking on probably 500 to 1,000 clients, and it's all automated. Everything is as much as automated as possible. So I get that there's strength. What I liked about it is coming in with a very low ticket item instead of being like, I'm a premium high tiered service. Right now I could benefit from having more clients because the more clients I have, the more data I get, the more refined the better the results I can get. So I'm battling right now, which is like, do I just go in for like a very low ticket offer? Or do I just try to stay as like the premium one and which is very much, high touch service.
Dude, I would go in as low as I could to generate clients. And then once I've got those clients, sell them into premium services.
Okay. That's what I was kind of thinking. Okay, good. So we're on the same page. I think that'll be the strategy then, is like, I'm just going to go in at maybe I just lead off with price, or like, hey, I can get you, get 10 to, 10 to 15 new premium clients without discounting your services for as low as $500 a month.
See, that
Uh,
would be
yeah.
a sexy offer.
Yeah. And the only reason why I have to be like as low as is because obviously like it does depend a little bit about market. Like if somebody's in LA versus somebody's in Biloxi,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be a very different on how competitive it is to try to rank them. But for the most part, that was my thought is go low, have somewhat flexibility, get them on the call, sell them, and then upsell everything, such as like you want PPC service, you want the meta ads, maybe like give them the first free month of meta
Mm-hmm.
ads or PPC as a way to like bonus them in, and then they pay, outside, out of pocket after that. Uh, so anyways, that's my thought was that. I mean, it would take the website a little bit. I don't know if well, I'll let you decide. You help me kind of make the decision because I'm sort of floating. I'm like, do I just do this with the med spas and just dial it into the med spas because that's just the best one? Or do I kind of spray and pray and just hit a bunch of industries and see what sticks?
I will give you a good example. I just need to get down to the site. Let's find it. Okay. Let's go to, let me share your screen. Desktop 2. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a couple different ones. Single grain. So the way that, and I met Eric, super cool cat, dude, by the way. He's kind of very diversified from that standpoint. But there was a point, I don't see it because I'm sure they've updated that site, where, dude, he was like, very niche down, like, these business, like these types of businesses, like, category of businesses. And I've seen that work extremely well because if people feel like they understand my business, like there's no learning
Mhm.
curve with them.
Yeah.
And if it was me, I would probably super niche this puppy down.
Okay.
Like here they're very wide, like SEO, like I'm sorry, like SaaS, e-commerce, education, crypto, blockchain. No, it's like they're very category wise, if that makes sense. And they don't focus on like local business. They're very big. Let's go to another one called Client Boost. So let's go in here, and this main, they're again like they're after like SaaS, demand gen, lead gen, e-commerce. Like they're kind of like the more you can narrow these things down, the better off you're going to be.
Okay.
So, and I'm just going to
Okay.
use B2B here as an example. So like that's kind of the magic of it is like
Yeah.
narrow these things down. Let me go to Neil Patel Digital. Neil's probably going to be a bad example because the dude, well, I use Hawk Media. Hawk Media wrote the book. But Hawk Media focuses on like e-commerce, like that's their thing. See if I can find, like, these guys mainly do like e-commerce, that type of stuff.
Hmm.
That's what they're known for, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's their niche.
Neil's probably going to be a bad example because he's like everybody, like Neil's kind of just massive. I don't even know if I
Yep.
can even find anything here. Neil just gets so much leads because he owns a bunch of different things. So that's probably a bad example there.
Yeah, I was looking at what I did is I found a few. One's called like let me just find the name of it. Thrive. Uh, look at their company name. Like I think Thrive Marketing.
Oh
Thrive
yeah, okay.
Thrive
Yeah,
Internet
Thrive
Marketing or
Market.
something. Yeah, Thrive Marketing or Internet Marketing. I can't remember. They're another one. What I'm starting to do now is I'm just starting to reach out to a bunch of SEO companies for one of my other brands just to start getting pricing. How are they selling it? What are they doing? But that's one that was pretty popular that came up.
AU medical marketing. I screwed that one up. I'm looking for one specific, which as soon as I find it, dude, I will send it to you.
Okay.
There is, it's orange and white. It's a blonde-headed girl who runs it, and I will try to find it. Literally the one. Okay, account suspended. Okay, let me go. Let me use another example: med tech marketing. So medical technology marketing. Oh, I guess I can spell marketing better. So like med tech, like orthopedic here. Let me just grab a couple of them. I'll skip McKinsey. Right here, marketing trends. So one of the things I think is like if you narrow that down, like literally when they land on it, it's like this is for me. I find like the more you can narrow these things down, and here I'm good. This is a good example. Concrete marketing agency.
Okay. Yeah,
Like,
I was wondering, and I get the benefit of just being like a laser in on the medical like med spas. Like I definitely agree with that. But I guess what I'm challenged with is like if I broadened it to, let's say, health.
you'd
I know
still be
that's
fine.
still huge, but
You'd
it's
be
like
fine.
okay, so it's like because that way I can get nail salons, I can get like orthopedics. I can kind of vary it up a little bit and get enough data. It's chiropractors, naturopaths, so it's a little bit of
Variety in that. And the key is like, you could do, and I need to find that medical marketing from Australia, dude.
there's one called like Med Spa Magic Marketing, I think is the name of the
Okay.
Med Spa Magic Marketing.
Right here. Got it.
Yeah. They're another one that one of my buddies told me about them, and I don't know if
And I do like, so anesthetic professionals because that kind of falls into, anything in that, that area.
yeah, exactly. Yes.
That's, and that's kind of the stuff that people, this Department of Child Marketing, Tennessee.
Yeah, I just know he's the buddy that turned me on to him, and he was saying that I don't know, I think he became more of like an educator too, and I think that's how he knows him or is aware of him, and says that he's doing very well for what he's where he's at.
And it's funny because like, it's easier to like make a site for like, very specific business there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like he didn't have nearly the, certifications the other cat has, like the Google search, Facebook search, all this. He just like this one feels more like a med spa marketing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like just
Yeah.
and like I've heard of Moxie before, so I'm familiar with I'm not intimately familiar with them, but from what I understand, they're closing some deals, so to speak.
Okay.
And I do like how launch, run, and grow your med spa. Like they do medical director marketing. That's a big one for pricing. I'm just business coaching. So they do a lot of stuff, to kind of in that area.
Yeah. Yeah. And they have their site's very clean and refined. So I get that
It looks
it's going to attract that type of customer.
right. It's like it has that feel for. I mean, it's basically it's designed like a medical spa.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go growth 99. Okay, you know, founder, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm trying to even just get to the homepage here. Oh, website's down. Okay, but I think having something, and this is one that's been out for a long time. Med tech marketing. Dude, about 10 years, I don't know, at least a number of years I remember. I remember back then, like they were quoting like 10,000 a month. You know,
Okay.
they have a certain look and feel. I mean, you know, they're going after like, I mean, they're going after like bigger, you know, like much larger projects, which problem with those is take forever to close. Like this, I think, and dude, like you're really good at ranking and stuff like that. So like how they've got B2B marketing, health science and life sciences. I'm just gonna put healthcare. I mean, anything I think in that health niche, dude, that's I think that would be a good thing.
Okay.
B2B health clients. These are much larger. Oh, when you see this stuff, you often don't know like did the client like opt in and they did pull a report, or are they paid clients? Because these are mega brands here.
Yeah, yeah, that's huge.
You know, and this may be the case of that they are that huge. Well, they say that's okay. That's platinum, HubSpot platinum. So they're probably doing a lot of like tech setup for people as well. Branding, traditional. Yeah, they're doing more of the like the big overall things, which I don't think you know, we're trying to go after like small, you know, med spas.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a much easier.
Yeah, definitely
Much
going after the smaller, startup, generally like figuring it out, you know, or can't.
Like features, launch. Yeah, this seems a little take your med.
Yeah, they
this
look
seems
like
a
they
lot.
have like almost like a launch program.
Right. And I think that would, you know, certainly good for them, but also a lot more, you know, launch coach. Definitely something to, you know, work into. But I think just providing like the SEO and the PPC services, dude, like these cats, I think could do good.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna hone in on is PPC, the PPC's SEO, keep it really simple and focused, and then
because I think this would probably do good.
okay, it's more personalized. That's the one thing that I'll say. These other ones are more faceless brands. This one right here
Generic.
is, yeah, he's centered around him. It's definitely centered around him.
And I mean, looking at this dude, like I would be saying yes to this guy over the other ones. One, because I feel like he knows that better, if that makes sense. You know, I feel like he knows who this target market is, and he can probably speak the language, and the site's like super, super narrow for that. This looks like Duffy marketing actually works. Okay. I'm guessing they're going to have a much larger bill in this one. This one's like for way more, you know, there's somebody's looking for like this. I got multiple med spas type thing. And I just feel like this, it's almost too corporate to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
And okay, so and they're selling their own suite of tools, which Lord knows what that could even be. I mean, that's all I know. This is Go High Level cleaned up.
Exactly.
You know,
well, and that's what that other guy does. The agent, that streamlined agency or the streamlined results. He, after talking to the client, they basically, his strategy is get them onboarded. He gets them like a phone number. He has like a Google, everybody gets their own Go High Level, and he changes the phone number on their Google My Business, I think on their website and everything else. So all the phone calls funnel through him. And I think that's part of a strategy. What I've gotten so far is that it's meant so that way he can do text messaging follow-up. So he kind of owns the text messaging side. They're supposed to input, the client has to manually input the leads into Go High Level, which I think is a barrier, a friction point from what he was saying. But yeah, it doesn't, it seems interesting to see his level, but he casually name dropped when it was like my buddy has a pool and spa service and is paying for him for about 2 years and really isn't, there's some glaring issues. But anyways, he just kind of casually dropped in a Loom video to my buddy that he had like 120 pool spas that he was working with. So like in his collection, they have about 120, and there would be no reason for him to necessarily, I guess, lie in that one because there's no benefit. But it was, if it's at $500 a pop, 120, you start to look at the math, and that's just one of his probably 100 verticals that he's pushing towards. You could start to see easily he's in the 500 to 1,000 clients.
And I imagine all of them are going to go through like the same process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're all going to go through the same process, and once again, it's for me, it's just like a conversation starter to get more higher, like upselling. I'm just noticing that I keep on going for the high tier, high touch, but I'm going to get a lot more no's, and I need to start getting more clients that are in the door. Conversation started, where they look at it in an email and they're like, oh yeah, maybe, for $500, it's worth a phone call. Or not $500, but like, yeah, like, oh, maybe I'll switch because it's so much cheaper that it's worth having a conversation.
Right. And like looking at this dude, I mean, like he may use, I don't know, just like SEO or Facebook, Google, Facebook ads. He may just use that, download a viral virtual coupon book. There again, like obviously he's using coupons to get, to make that happen. Just it's kind of interesting to see that ad there.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about like something like that. Like the Google ads are, simple, but they have to pay for them because he's like those are the type of campaigns that are like, just local only. They do really, really well, kind of like Barry's campaign where I bid on the competitors. So those do extremely well. Facebook, I guarantee you that. Right here, it includes Dr. Nava's Vein Center for Palm Beaches. It's funny because like he did a crappy job of blocking the other one out. You can see, but like you literally know who that is now. Email remarketing, and there again, like you said, this guy's handling the SMS. I would never show people. I don't know. Maybe he's selling Keep. I don't know. I'm not sure on that. But dude, like, I think you could probably do pretty good with this. I mean, it's definitely an angle that I think would do good. Just kind of, falling under that aesthetics category. It's growing. The aesthetics is growing huge in just to begin with.
Yeah.
And like sign up, implement, leads flow, track everything. And the cool thing about this, it gives you the aesthetics market is much larger, if that makes sense.
Yeah, than just med spas.
Right. Because I think there's 12,000 med spas in the US.
Yeah. They're about 12,000.
And what I like to see is like whenever I see teams in these images, like how many are US, how many are not. Kind of you can start like estimating out like what's going on.
Yeah.
So
which one's that aesthetic marketing? Is that what that's called?
Yeah, aesthetic marketing. I'll throw it in the chat here. Give me 1 second. I'll just grab the whole URL. Okay, that was screwed up. Let me delete it. I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay, I actually got it pulled up too. I got it now.
Okay. So, dude, it has a look of, aesthetics, it kind of has that look and feel of it.
Yeah, it definitely has a.
I want to see how many reviews they've got. No time binding contracts, which they love. Nobody wants to get a long contract. Performance-based pricing, long-term relationship, proven results. Like, I'm curious what they mean by performance-based SEO for plastic surgeons. Like, and that's the thing, because like by just, hitting the aesthetics field in general, dude, we set up a simple CRM, which I guarantee you a simple CRM really means HubSpot or something. We launch leads within days, proven landing pages. No, this is interesting. No website access is needed. No guesswork. Just new patients delivered fast. I'm sure they're just using a subdomain off of a main domain.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, it's
paid
interesting. What I kind of get out of that though is it's really not technically SEO is how they're building it. They're really but it's like once you stop paying for it, it really does turn off the faucet. Like
Yes.
there's no growth after that. Like so it really is a yeah.
Our system runs independently through external high converting landing pages. You don't need, and the selling, like, you don't need to touch it. But like you said, the minute you stop paying, it's turned off. We never share leads. Okay, so they're more lead generation.
Yeah.
Dentist plastics. Okay. So that makes a lot more sense, because like if you're the lead generator, that's what these guys are, the lead generator. And that's why you only pay for trackable leads.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
So they're not really doing like
SEO.
right. They're just doing proven lead generation. That's just a different animal.
It is.
And it seems to me like that's a go high level white label with some generic domain with pages on the back.
I would agree with that. It would make the most sense that he was using Go High Level with this and then just integrating everything into it.
And that's why they only do the, that's why here they're already pushing the leads. ROI guarantee. And I'm sure if you get 100 leads, like, with Kim stuff, like when I got the lead, it was, it was lead that they're just billing him for that. And yeah, okay, that makes sense. And dude, there'd be people who would pay for that, but I think that's just lead generation. And the minute the leads come bad, dude, they're walking out of the door.
The leads get bad? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure, like, if the leads slow down or the price goes up, because I'm sure he's billing these people for the leads at the end of the week or something. So not really a fair thing to compare, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's something interesting. I mean, his promises are not far off, where I said, no website access needed. Like, what would that look like? Not to need website access. He also talked about getting, the first one is how soon will I see results? And he's like, we could start getting leads for you in 3 to 7 days. So it sounds like they have like a template. They launch the template, they change, some of the information to whatever the person is, and then they start running ads to it. And then, everything's said and done, which is, yeah, it can be a seductive process. So it's something to have in the back pocket. I don't think it's like the way that I would lead with it, but it's like, okay, how is somebody else promising?
Yeah. Well, and I think the thing is, like, dude, like, this guy's gonna, like, everybody I know who's selling the leads, dude, like, if, like, when you're on a call, you hear, like, Jen or somebody, Facebook did good or Facebook bad, dude, like, everybody I know who's selling leads, dude, they freak it. Like, they have roller coaster rides. They have bad roller coaster rides, because when they leave. And a lot of these people charge for the leads on, the following week or something like that. And almost none of these guys ever get paid their last week.
Yeah. Yeah. It's never.
So this guy feels more in line with what you're, and you could just, generally tag it as health, medical aesthetics, healthcare. And I wish I could find that one, healthcare, medical, marketing, Australia, AU, female. The lady, I remember she had this big thing, female only, female owned. I'll try to find it. Let's see if I can find it. I'll look for it. But dude, I remember she had like one of the best looking, it was an orange and white site. I remember looking at like her site just inspired confidence in me, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And I remember thinking like 16, like I was like 16,000. Like shoot, I'll find that proposal if I can.
Yeah.
But dude, like it just felt, oh, right here, slice marketing. This is it. Blonde-headed girl, really, just really sweet. I mean, she's very nice. But I remember, dude, like I remember she just like, I mean, like Dr. Larry was like all over what she did. And I remember going like, just kind of just how they pitched it. They strictly did like, health, aesthetics, things like that.
Okay.
And that's the girl, Ellie Baker.
Oh, splice. I was saying slice. So splice
Okay.
marketing.
Let me
There we
throw
go.
this. And I just remember like, dude, I just, kind of like when we first met them, I'm like, I mean, dude, they believed in, like they were like only medical, and like they're like, we're not taking anybody other than medical, blah blah blah. I'm gonna go to search engine marketing. I don't know if this is a good or bad example because the site's kind of been remodeled since I looked at it, but like from their branding standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
it felt good, it looked good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely on the
And
positioning. And this is a good company to kind of take a look at and model some things around. Okay. Yeah, they're
it could be just worth, kind of taking that. But dude, I'd give that a try. Like at least kind of narrow that, like kind of get in that general category
okay.
and kind of go from there.
Okay. And so you like the initial, just to kind of get back to I mean, I see it, I'll take a lot of these pages and copy from them, but for the most part, the offers like get 10 to new premium patients monthly without discounting your services as low as $497 a month. Is
Mm-hmm.
that is a headline or is like a thought as a feature? Does that work for you? Does that seem like that's sexy enough that gets the questioning or the yeah?
I like that because I feel like
Okay.
because at that price point, it's like, it almost feels like, okay, that's an affordable amount. Here's one that like Fast Boy Marketing. These guys only do nail salons, and last time I went to the site, dude, it was only a Vietnamese. I got no clue what they're selling, but like Fast Boy Marketing, they specialize like only in, like nail salons, that type stuff, lashes, things of the nature.
Okay.
But most all the people who are in that niche are Vietnamese, like Kim. So it
Oh
makes
yeah.
perfect sense.
Their language is in Viet. It went immediately to Vietnamese, which is interesting.
And like, dude, when you call them, it's Vietnamese. Everything is Vietnamese. But I remember looking at this, going like, I telling like, I don't know how how do they do this? Because like I can't figure out how they. Part of it is they've got people in Vietnam doing a lot of the work, so like they're paying $3
Yep.
an hour, and dude, they hired the family and friends. But I remember thinking about that, like a lot of their stuff. I need to translate it, but dude, it shows that like that market is doable. Not this market, but like,
Yeah.
that, and most of the aesthetic practices you find are not going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to outsource it to another country. They're looking for, something like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. This is interesting because I'm looking at their site. Well, that one seems like it's more of a point of purchase like system. And then they have their SEO services that I'm looking at now.
So what they did is originally they started social and SEO. And then once they got, they're huge. Then they started moving out to like these other systems, which, created massive. And dude, I remember when these guys were like just starting out, and I'm like, whatever, you just kind of blew it off.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, I can't. I know very little Vietnamese, but I remember Kim saying like, that they started out and like they just exploded. And it's funny because like when I look at it, I'm like, man, none of it is in English. And she's like, because they don't want to deal with the American shop owners.
Yeah, they're pushing for the. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. I got the gist of like the home pages and the offer. So I'm gonna lean into what these are doing, and I'm gonna kind of whip up a sales page today that it definitely hits the like more on the theme and more on the copy and like once again aesthetics market with like med spas. So I'll put something together today. That shouldn't be too much now that I think I have a good focus point on how everything should look and work. So yeah, thanks, man. I don't think I got anything else other than that.
Sweet. I will go to Giovanni. Dude, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. How's your day?
All right, man. Just working, grinding, listening to you, gaining some knowledge.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So what's your biggest challenge right now?
I think still coming up with the offer. I'm thinking about just giving access to the Platinum platform for free, or getting people who want to build their own platform, kind of get some test subjects who kind of want to get their own Platinum platform built for free also. So
okay, the biggest challenge you've got is like trying to monetize this because like I'll use Jen. Like Jen invested in school. She pays whatever per month for school. Like
yes.
It's easier to have it's like for a business owner, it's like one less headache to pay another service to manage it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the challenge you're going to have is how can you sell this? Because you're actually selling work. Like they have to build it instead of just crank it up.
Yeah. So I want to build it for them. So maybe that would be easier. So done for you, maybe.
I think I would almost like, hey, dude, I'm just like, it's just like, I'm gonna give you an example of me. I would look at how can I give all this away for free, let people see it, and then say, if you want it done, let me build it for you.
Exactly. So yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just give it away for free, let people get on my platform, and then if they like it, if they want to build something like that their own, then I can offer them that on an upsell.
Right, dude. I think that would be the thing because because you could like you obviously can't build a school because you can't say I'm knocking school off because that would cause problems. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But being able to offer them, you can get in and and do this. See that I think that has a.
I was thinking too is kind of like those the main tools, kind of like UpHex. Have you seen that? Like when you can launch Facebook ads in 3 clicks. So I had that on my community too. So I want to kind of give those type of tools in there so people can kind of see what's possible.
Dude, I like that.
So yeah. Other than that, that's it. I ran some ads. I got a few. I got a few clicks, a few impressions. I was watching the clarity sessions and stuff, so I made some tweaks, added some images, and that kind of helped. So just making iterations. Yep.
Dude, I like it. I'm gonna go to Jen then.
All right.
How are you doing, Miss Jen?
Good. How are you?
Good. I would have taken you earlier, but at one point, last time I looked at the screen, you weren't there, so I'm like, okay, she's out doing something.
I've had 2 meetings since you started.
Good. Hopefully they were good meetings.
Well, yeah, like you've got this marathon today, right? You're just like, I'd rather be nowhere else, but because you can't go outside, you're gonna melt to the sidewalk.
It's only 100 out there. Actually,
I
I think I
know.
don't like so. And I've discovered the secret power of having a second bladder. So I'm going to be like a camel. The reality of it is I've only drank that much liquids today, so I'm fine.
You're gonna be so dehydrated when you're done. You'll be slamming the drinks. No, yeah. So here's the update. So we sold 10 of the product off the ads in the week. And I took some of those calls personally. And I would say out of 10 people, I think 100% booked their onboarding call.
That's good.
That's like real good. The first time, nobody booked. So I think what I'm going to do, Charles, is I'm going to not add OTO1.
Mhm.
I'm going to add it as a bump. All those ads that we were going to do in the vault.
That makes
I
sense.
think we could test it later. So, because we're getting such a high book rate, I'm just like, holy shit.
Well, when you said 100, I'm thinking like almost like people are happy with 20 or 30%, and you're nailing 100.
100% of the people have booked a call.
That's insane. Okay, first of all, that is insane because I've never had anywhere close to.
I am not kidding you. They are all booking a call.
That's a big deal.
No doubt. So let me recap you and then tell you what I am doing. Because I'm like excited, but I'm also like, I feel a little stuck. So I've talked to these people. I've taken most of these calls myself.
Okay.
The setting calls, which is like, but that's me on the phone. But I've learned some things. There's good quality coming through, and I'm not super slick on the transition from to close. I'm a little fumbly, but I'm going to have somebody. What we're going to do is we're going to get a really good setter that's going to be able to get in there and really field these people. Hang on a second. This thing is like making noise on me. Because these are delicate, right? Because a lot of them are saying no money for ads. And what I have found is this. 50% of them have money for ads, and 50% are broke.
That would make sense.
So we've got people that say they have money. Then there's the people that say no money for ads, but half of them have money. And so I'm excited about this. So I'm going to have somebody take the calls that is really good, really high baller closer. And then we're going to find a kick-ass setter. Okay. We're going to find a setter that is going to be really skilled, that can weasel in there and dig out if they truly have money to invest.
Now,
and
I
then
got a
we're going
question.
to, yep.
No, go ahead.
And then we're going to set them to the closers. Yeah. Or the enrollment coaches, quote unquote. Yeah. Go ahead.
So everybody filling that form is broke when it comes to ads. It's just what by nature, let's assume they're going to all lie, which is fine. Well, it's not fine, but they're going to lie. They're going to fib. And you're basically on your calls, you kind of pulled out maybe that wasn't the case on the broke part. Some of them running ads, doing stuff, getting some results, maybe not getting results.
Yep.
And even at 5 leads, 5 buyers who just gave you money, who could easily transition into an $8,000 back end, I'm thinking like 2. Let's just say.
I think you're right. If I had not been so clumsy and stupid on the phone, because I was totally not knowing what to expect, I could tell you there was probably 2 closables.
And the thing is, like,
yeah.
But you went into that phone call just validating, are these people even
That's all my goal was. It wasn't to close. I was just seeing if they were good or bad. So for
Okay, I'm excited. I'm
I
excited
know
here.
for $250 or whatever I spent, we could have closed two if I wasn't fumbling around. So, or at least one. I mean,
Right.
you know, that brings me down from $6,000 from client acquisition to 250.
That's insane. That is incredible. Okay, so let
So
me back up.
we are going to have a lot to talk about when we get there because obviously I can't scale anything. So hold your thoughts a second because I
Okay.
got to tell you what I'm thinking, and then you tell me your thing. So
Okay.
what I'm doing is I think I set up the original test ad incorrectly. I took a little course over the weekend on doing so. So I did it at $50 a day.
Mhm.
Now that I kind of know my AOV is 33, I duplicated that at CBO. I'm doing CBO at 100, three times AOV.
Mhm.
So it's going to be 100 now that I know my AOV. And so I've got two ad sets in there and I'm doing, more open targeting on it.
Mhm.
And I'm going to drop in some more creatives to test at $100 a day on this thing to let it get more winning creative so then I can put it into a scaling campaign.
Correct.
How
So
does that sound?
that actually sounds good.
I
But
don't
the
know
thing is,
dude, I'm used to webinar stuff, so I'm like, this is totally not what I'm used to.
no, this is very, very good. I was typing what you were giving me the metrics just so I could look at them. 250 CPA. So I mean 250 to make that sale per sale.
No. Like the per sale, my AOV, so my cost per sale was $33 ish, and my AOV was $33. I was basically breaking straight
Break it.
even on these calls.
Which is like the greatest thing ever because now
And
that
that's not even with optimized creatives. This is us just coming out cold. We're not even optimizing anything.
out of that 10 buyers,
I bet you there's
but
one, maybe two closes.
that's incredible.
They weren't junk. There was two, maybe three that were junk. There was a gal this morning I talked to. I know she had some money, but I would not have wanted to have coached her. So I didn't even offer her anything. Um, there was two more that we had. I talked to the second one I talked to. She was broke. So I just said, get in there, start learning. Bye bye. And then there was another one that was scheduled for 3, but she might have been a rejected app of the webinar. She didn't have any money, but she might have been a rejected app off the webinar. But I tell you, out of the ones I did talk to, like the ones I know came off cold traffic, they were not junk.
Two
And
closables. I just want to like jump for joy because two closables are incredible. That are actually quality.
They were good. The one was two of them. They were good. They were good. I was very happy with that. And I can tell you some of those middle ones, if I had a $100 a month deal or something like that, I could throw them into there and I'd probably get them. So that's why I want a really good setter who can really know. And then he can put the good ones over on the closers and then he can downsell the other people into a continuity.
That would be huge because then I've got a client, they've got like, similar, like different color scaling for the leads. And for the longest time, they're like the purple leads to them were trash and junk. They didn't want to deal with them. They realized they put one of the girls who's not a sales rep on the phone just to see if they could. Literally, she closed, I forgot what percentage of the purples, and they freaked out. So now they're trying to like figure out how to, like
she closed them on the high ticket or on another ticket.
Medium ticket stuff. She got them on like mid, and they were like they were like, man, it's junk. We don't want to deal with these people. Not junk, but just not good quality leads.
Yeah, they weren't the high tickets. Yeah,
and that may be true for an $8,000 to $11,000 offer. But I'm like, yeah, but you paid for these people, and they're like, you could get another 20% revenue boost to really scale this thing up. So the fact that you even got two that are spending money on Facebook with this.
Yeah.
AOV at $33 is incredible.
They take almost everybody takes the bumps. Almost everybody takes the bumps.
Well, the sales copy on those things I remember were good.
Yeah. Well, because it's if they took everything, it's 42. So there was like two that took, just the one thing or another thing, but like the AOV is like $33. So I'm excited about that because that tells me that I could maybe put in another bump and then get, so here, let me ask you this. So I'm thinking for the second bump, which is going to be over 100, it's going to be our ad vault. It's going to be ads from like from health and wellness to travel to everything. There's going to be engagement ads in there. There's going to be event ads and then lead ads. It's going to be over 100 of them. What pricing do you think would be really a great, like, slam dunk on that thing as a bump? I'll tell you what I think.
What price point are they buying now? The first bump is what, 47?
Nope.
20.
$9.97 is the main product. There's a bump at $7 and a bump at 27.
Okay, I personally would test 47 in there and 37 just to see if I could get a yes.
I was thinking 47 actually. Because if I was thinking.
Because if I can get them to say yes at 47, like your AOV just basically not doubled 50. Well, actually, yeah, I guess in a way it doubles. I mean, because you're now at $33 CPA. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you hang on a quick second? Hey, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you were going to still be on, and I put pizza in the oven to warm up, and if I left it in there, it's going to be charcoal. It's going to be charcoal. Well, anyways.
Okay, I'm excited about this. So literally 10, and that was over the weekend, right? That was like we talked Thursday.
So that was the whole week. So, but it died over the weekend. I don't know if it's the weather, the first weekend of summer. Like it didn't do well over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, it makes sense for two reasons. One, we bombed something, which occasionally does slow things down.
I know.
But B,
right?
heat waves hit people. It's the start of summer. I mean, it's the longest day of the year. I think Saturday. So I would not like turn around and say, "Oh my gosh!" The fact that it did this. Weekends are always different. It's just totally different. It is what it is. But the fact that you got 10 buyers, I mean, that's the fact that and 10 of these people booked a time. 5 were
Dude, I'm
qualified.
telling you, we sold one this morning. She booked a call right away.
Yeah. Okay. Do you realize how much trouble I've had like with clients literally getting people through there to the book a call page? I mean, because there's attrition after they've seen one OTO, they're like, I'm screwed this, I'm down.
That's why I think I don't want to do the OTO.
I can see, like with the numbers on the front end, I would much rather focus on getting them, because literally, I mean, it's 20% of these buyers, 50% of the buyers will be okay for a mid-ticket. 2% or 20% of these people are going to be okay for a higher ticket. Let's just say the number goes down. Let's just say that it's an anomaly. We just got lucky. But
what if even 1 out of 10 was closable? Like,
that's insane.
I would
like
be.
The metrics in your business are so radically different at this point.
But here's the thing. I got to tell you, here's my quandary. And Giovanni, if you're listening still, I feel like I'm going to barf because my webinar is off and I have nobody hitting the closer's calendar right now. So I need to, I know we're coming into the 4th of July.
Right.
I need to put this thing on life support and get some people on the calendar. Because I'm not going to turn it off. I'm going to let it go to a slow burn over the 4th and as I'm there
Mhm.
working with you guys. And then we'll kind of come up with a plan to scale it because I don't want to scale it and then all the numbers go up. That's why what I'm going to do is I'm going to start testing a lot of creatives, so that we've got a bank of creatives so that
Mhm.
when I go to scale it, then you can help guide me because this is I don't know how to do that. And every time I've tried to scale the webinar, it implodes.
And the vehicle, but the webinar is the vehicle, which basically takes more and more gas further you drive it. Like you start the webinar off and it just needs unleaded. By the time you get to trying to scale it, you're having to put rocket fuel in it.
Dude, I mean, I have tried so many times. But only thing I could do with that webinar is put it at multiple campaigns horizontally at 400 a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I tried doing a master with ad sets. I tried.
It is what it is. I mean, and part of it is Facebook is saying, we know so much about everybody who out of this group of like 10,000 people today, who's interested in sitting down to watch a webinar? Like, I mean, that's like almost saying raise your hand if you'd like to see a documentary today. I mean, you're talking that level of
Right.
of commitment.
Mhm.
But for getting the front end off for here on the sales letter, they're saying, hey, these people are readers, these people engage. Like Facebook knows what type of sales page this is. I mean, Facebook's super up on this. Quick question. How much of the sales page did they scroll down?
Let's look at, I don't think much. I did look at clarity a little bit.
Because me and Brandon were discussing a couple things from a client standpoint a while back. What happens? He was showing me. We were just talking, split testing, and we were talking about a lot of pages to convert. People aren't scrolling all the way down
No,
because
they're
they don't
not.
need. They just need to scroll down to the point where they're ready to buy. If that makes sense. It's about them, not us.
Where's the little
Click on
this is-
go scroll back to heat maps, and then click on the scroll tab. Okay, heat maps. Click on scroll.
that's the one I couldn't find. I'm still. So there's that. But where's the opt-in? The opt-in should be on here. Right here's the opt-in.
Okay, getting 50% people to that point is a really good deal. That's a really, really big deal at this point.
I'm telling you, I think we finally nailed it after the 3rd try. I'm trying not to get too excited. That's why I haven't been super braggy on the threads. I bragged to Alan and you, but other than that, I don't want to get braggy and jinx myself.
Oh no, that's a good point. That's a good point. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. Go ahead, scroll down again.
I mean, they're reading this 90%, 90%, 70%.
Stop right there. Stop right there. I mean, even right there to the opt-in. Right, okay, right there. Like when they see the price, it's like, it's that drop. It's the kaput, but that's fine. That's fine. Click on where it says taps, or actually, yeah, go back 7 days if you don't mind.
So 80, we're at 80% here.
Lilo and Stitch where I fall off the edge of the chair. I mean, that's really, really good.
Yeah. So you wanted me to look at taps?
Yeah, I want to see how many people are tapping on this thing.
So 18 think this is a button.
Okay. I'm curious to see like that button right there, like right there. Okay. So how many people are opting in? It's like Okay. So a handful of people are literally putting their information in, going to the next page. Okay. I mean, what's your opt-in conversion rate on this thing?
I really don't know. We could go into high level.
Is this what this is what I'm thinking about. If they're getting to that point, like literally your opt-ins are cheaper now for step one than they would be with the squeeze page.
Oh, sell it right there. So this is not the right dates. So we launched it here. Let's look at the last 7 days or 8 days. Okay, opt-in 44 and then 24. Can you see that? Is that big enough?
Yeah, that's big enough. And part of what I'm thinking is like whenever there's a new Facebook ad, they kind of hit you with the bots anyway, but that's fine. You almost have to take your link clicks out of the page and then kind of measure them to this. But I'm sitting there thinking like 44 opt-ins is not bad. 24 people 59 hit the order page, 36 uniques, 26 of. I mean, this is not a bad day. I'm just sitting there kind of looking at this like, you know what? The page is like doing its magic. It's like no need to even touch it at this point. Can we see the ads? I'm curious to see the ads and the images that seem to be having legs at this point. Now this is interesting. Normally you see like one ad with like the majority of the everything.
No, they're cycling through them.
This part's incredible. So, I mean, like I said, when it averages out, you've got it's the 1,200 people, which is fine. I mean, it's just kind of the numbers. Frequency, like ignore the frequency, like you said, that's just not worth stressing about. But think about that.
And what taught? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go. You go ahead. Go ahead.
These two right here, these numbers got inflated on these because in the weekend I didn't sell anything, and that's why those numbers inflated. They were not that before Friday. So as the weekend went and the money got spent and nobody bought anything, it was like, but that's okay.
But those should come down, and it's going to take a longer, quote unquote,
look at these. I'm so happy about this.
Wow. 1.52. I mean, at 2%. I mean, that's like the magic goal there. And the thing is, like, they're coming in there. This is one of those things where people freak out over the numbers, but it looks like they're very high quality visitors.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The CPMs are, they go up to 100, but I'm not as worried about that. I like this. I love that cost per click is low. This to me is great. I mean, I know people want like dollar link clicks, but for me, my link clicks are normally $8 to $12.
Right. And so you're getting a higher quality. You're getting quality here.
Right. So
because
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm just sitting there thinking like I'm just looking at this going with no remarketing campaign, just starting this up. This looks, first of all, it looks incredible with even if it had a remarketing campaign. And the fact that you're actually getting spend on these. Did you create a rule to make it show these, or did you turn them off or on? I don't remember.
I was turning them on and off manually at first. I actually did it on the early campaign. I forced viewership on this one. So they all got some seasoning on them. Oh, no, I didn't. Well, we added in some of these. I did. No, maybe I did it I was doing it on another ad. I was doing it on my school ad. Yeah, this one I forced. And look at these. These are really good people too. Remember this new one that I did? You and I talked about it. This one did really good. It looks like a phone.
Clean, professional. Looks good.
And then I redid that really ugly one that Jason had me do, and I made it prettier. And it's pulling in some good people. So what I'm doing, you're gonna laugh hysterically. So I'm gonna tell you the plan, and you tell me Charles's version of the
Okay.
plan. I've already started writing and sending the perfect launch emails. So we're gonna go live with it to I'm only doing school
Okay.
because those are the hottest, the newest people that haven't been bashed from webinar emails. So I'm doing that perfect launch with the webinar list, or the school list, which is 2,700 people. I'm going to drop the pay link or the buy link on Wednesday. I'm already on day 2. I've got days 3s tomorrow. So I'm like, I'm just going to do it. Poor Victor's like, I got stuff to fix. I'm like, dude, I'm not waiting because it's a 7-day email sequence. I'm like, I'm diving in the pool. I don't care what the temperature is. Okay. So I've got perfect launch sequence going. My plan is to test more creatives on this thing and get some calls booked. Okay. So this is my plan to get calls booked is to hit the school list. I'm curious, should I do a version or pick one a day of the school of those emails and put it in the school, like from the perfect launch sequence?
Yep.
I was thinking that
Just
too.
because like if you even if you email them, they're still going to be in school anyway.
Right. And they're going to get the digest from school on Saturday, Sunday next week. They get
Right.
the digest at the end of all the emails or all the posts. So that's my plan for now. Do you have any? I mean, there's stuff that I want to get into on Wednesday, like deeper stuff.
Mhm.
But with you, when we do our little
I
thingy,
am digging this already.
yeah. So I
I
mean, I wanted to show you so you could think about what we're going to do um, Wednesday. And if there's anything other that I'm not seeing that I should do in the meantime, and then we can get our hands in the dirt on Wednesday and come up with some. I'm going to come up with different creatives. I took a nice little course for $17, and it like I just needed to see how like the mapping out of the actual testing campaigns,
Mhm.
which I know, but I need to see things visually. And he just visually laid it out. And I'm like, that was worth $17. Plus the way this guy had his course laid out by Giovanni. I I the course layout was so good. I'm like, I am stealing some of that stuff. The way
Well,
this
okay,
guy,
I definitely want to. Yeah, let's send me. I want to see like which course it was and like how that layout looks because to me that's interesting. What
this guy did a
this?
really nice job. I'll send it to you and you'll be like, oh yeah. But the way he laid it out, he completely indoctrinates them to buy more products.
Right.
And he does it really nice. He looks great. So I really like for $17, like even if I didn't learn a thing, the layout of what he's done is really good. So I'm like, nice job, buddy. So hopefully he's selling a ton of that. But I think that he just lays out these different things, and then I'll get those structures in place because I've
Mhm.
never done this kind of low ticket. I've always done the high ticket ads, and so it's a different testing structure, and you know what
Right.
I mean. So news to me, and then you can help me as I do stuff with it. But
I'm
yeah.
excited. Okay, this is interesting. The fact that you got 10 buyers, 10 calls. Most people are happy if like 20% of their buyers even book a call. I mean, the numbers I've seen lately have been like horrendous.
Everybody booked a call. I was like, shit. I've taken 5 or 6 calls, and Chris took 2 of them last week, and we canceled one already today. That was not good. So I took. I'm laughing because I put my calendar on. All of a sudden, all these people were hitting my calendar. I was like, oh my God. So I had 2 today. I had 1 on Saturday. I had 3 on Friday. I've taken 6 calls. We've got 1 on the schedule in the next day or so, and then Chris took 2. These were actual salespeople, not rejected webinar
Mhm.
apps. So like I've taken 6, and I'm like in the last 3 days, like business days, I'm like, oh my God. And I was like, I need to see for myself. I didn't want to believe anybody if they told me they were good or not. And I could tell you, I'm pretty sure one for sure is good. I'm going to send my setter back to her and to go get her back on the calendar because we ran out of time. Because I literally, it was my first call and I'm like floundering around. I mean, it was a great call. Like everything was great, but I didn't have my linchpin like I normally do, to skid them in there. I was kind of like, I just wanted to see if you were good. I was not prepared that you were going to be good.
Well, see, that's the thing about it. Like literally, I'm thinking about this kind of like from myself. Sometimes you don't know until you jump in.
You know what? You can't. As you know, Charles, I've been working on this funnel since March of 24.
Right.
So like I am over sitting around waiting for shit to happen. So I'm like, I gotta just do it. We just gotta launch it. And truthfully, truth be told, like when you help me just start cranking out that sales letter, that just unlocked it. And for me, I was so stuck. Like I was so personally stuck with this thing. Like I was stuck. And I'm like, I can't see what to do. And then now it's like, okay, I got it. And that's the hard part with having somebody build that funnel for you. There's pros and cons to it, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah. So, I mean, it's perfect, learning it and going into it. But I feel like it's right now. And I understand now, like I told you before, I didn't understand how to do the perfect sales launch,
Mhm.
but because I think I'm mentally unblocked, I literally looked at those and I'm like, oh, I got it.
Makes
So
perfect sense. Makes
I
perfect
mean,
sense.
I was just having a big block, and then everybody, is always like, oh, mindset is stupid. I'm like, shut up.
It's everything. It's
It's
everything.
everything. Oh my gosh, it's so everything. So yeah, so any thoughts? What I'm going to do between now, I'm going to get more creative in there, more stuff to test so that we got a little more to look at on Wednesday. But then do you think that we should mess with Google now or should we focus on this? Like, what's your thoughts?
I would hold the heat to this from a cash flow standpoint, just because it is working and there's nothing we have to figure out.
Okay.
And I would then move to like a brand campaign. We could do the brand campaign like Wednesday. Like if they're searching for you, because like, okay, think about this. How many people saw this offer? About 2,000 plus people. How many of these people went out and just started searching you to figure out, okay, is she legit? Because remember, you basically just went out and you clipped off low-hanging fruit.
Right. That's the
Not the
thing.
super skeptical. You
Yep.
just grabbed low-hanging fruit,
Yep.
Visa, MasterCard. How many of these people now are on your list as well? 44, I think, are the 36 people who've opted in. Like, what emails are he's getting? Are they trying to figure who you are, validate stuff? And do you have emails going out to all 33 people?
That's you literally I'm like get follow-ups to people who have opted in and did not buy. I still have a list from you last week I'm working on too. So I did email out, I've worked on that list as well. So I'm working on checking all these things through. My goal right now, as you told me last week, is to sell 100 of these things.
Right.
That's my goal. I'm pushing. That's why I'm going to do this, the perfect launch on the school list. I'm hoping to get 20 to 30 out of there.
And especially if you get that with the buyer's line, I mean, because it's funny because like most people are using the OTOs trying to literally extract as much money as they can, and you're making it work without because all those OTOs basically they kill coaching signups. Like because like man, after you've gone through 3 of these, do you really want to talk to somebody? Like you nailed that.
Well, Jeremy
That's a
Miner, his Victor's look just was reverse engineering Jeremy Miner's. Jeremy's is exactly the same structure as mine.
Mhm.
Sales page, checkout with bumps, book a call.
Because
And
they know
then
once they get you.
yeah, they know like the money, if I could totally liquidate my ad spend, that would be a miracle for a person that's spending $50,000 a month on fucking ads that
Right.
just ate my soul. I would be thrilled if half of my ads budget was cut, it was paid for.
Well,
You
think
know,
about this. Okay, to do a webinar, how much would you have had to spend to get 10 people, not quality people? Well, let's just say 10 people,
$4,000.
4K.
No, well, if 10 calls, each 10, no, times 10, I'll tell you in a second, because I know my three to 4,000 for that.
And how much did you spend this last week? What?
It was like $300.
300 versus three. I mean, like, Jen, I'm just sitting there, like, in my mind, I'm like, wow.
So if I'm up your butt messaging you a ton,
No, that's what I'm here for. Message me. That's what I'm here for. Now, when are
just
you
because
getting
it's
into?
critical time.
It's good. It's good. It's good. I'll give you my. Oh, you probably already have it, but I'm gonna hit you with my cell phone number
I
just in
have it.
case. Okay, good, good. 'Cause sometimes like things don't show up on Discord or whatever. I can always go back. So when are you guys and gals getting to? When are you leaving to come to the East Coast?
Yeah, I got your hookup
Okay,
here.
perfect.
We are leaving. I'm planning on leaving the 6th or the 7th, and I told Alan, here's the thing. It sounds like he's not getting the lake house.
Oh no, he. Okay, it's going back and forth, and we'll talk about that later. But it won't be in time. But
Well,
like
I
there's still
joked with
time.
him. I'm like, I said, how fast are you? Like him and I are going back and forth on it. I'm like, how fast are you? So I'm debating whether we're going to do that Airbnb or a hotel. Going back and forth on that. I've got a car reserved because I don't want to put the miles on my car. I think we're leaving the 6th or the 7th, and we're planning on arriving the 8th. And then I told Alan for sure because it's also his better day on the 9th, to spend time with him. And then we're open. We're just gonna be flowing with the flow, flowing and going with the flow with whatever is gonna happen. So
I like it. We will.
sometimes I like to cut out of town a little early, like on the Sunday. We might sometimes even drive like 3 to 4 hours and just get out of the Chicagoland area,
Mhm.
and then stop. I got to figure out what's the better way to drive because there's the upway and the downway, but the downway on 40 is closed. Did you know that?
Yes, yes, yes. And a tanker truck full of gas crashed into a pylon bridge in Greenville, and there's a bridge down. So yeah, there's a lot going on.
So is it better
I'm
to
just
go the way through Indianapolis through Ohio south, or is it better to go down through the 40?
I don't know. It's going to depend on how fast they get it fixed.
Because there's two ways that I'm seeing the way that this map goes. I was searching all the European countries the other day, so on my phone has got like Poland and all these other phones. Oh, so funny.
Oh, it is good. Let me see. Let me just kind of ask Brandon and ask around because that could, with the whole detour thing, could change things a little bit.
Yeah, there's a detour. Well, one looks open, and then there's going through Charleston, West Virginia. So there's the 35 way, and it turns into 77, and then there's the 40 way that goes into 74.
Wow.
Extreme heat.
Heat advisories. So, okay, when are y'all heading to the beach? Are you going to be in Charlotte? I think because
I
you
don't
said
know
you're going to be.
yet. It depends on what's going on, and I know the beach is another 3 hours, so
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm kind of fluid on that right now because if we have time for that, great. If not, I'm fine. My most important thing is to visit with you guys and see
Mhm.
Charlotte and all that. I'm not.
And I've got y'all a list of things to do in Charlotte. It's a pretty good list. I mean, there's some super unique experiences that I think y'all will enjoy. I'm process of finishing that up. Like one is Supperland. It's a supper in our old church. Really good, really good.
Oh, I love
Um,
that. We love
so
food. Hey, I was gonna maybe see if I could get some of this to bring to you, this kombucha. Um, this lady that brings blueberries to the farmer's market had another lady make this blueberry lavender kombucha. Oh my God, it's like this is heaven in a bottle. It's gone.
I'm not to try that. I'm a huge kombucha fan. I'm a
Me
huge
too.
kombucha
Well,
fan.
here's the thing. We like health food, we love food, and we love food. And we like farmers markets, we like gardens, we like all of that stuff. Oh, by the way, in your other place where you go south, are you over in South Carolina, where
Mhm.
was it? What's the name of the town again?
St. George.
St. George, but it's by which other big city?
Nothing. Nearest big city is 50 miles.
Oh God, dude, I looked at it and it was, and no, it was Charleston.
Okay, Charleston's the nearest big city that people recognize. That's why I say Charleston.
There's a
You,
huge, remember I was talking to you about your wife, there's a massive botanical garden there.
yes,
Yeah, at
yes.
the school
Gosh,
or something like that.
yes. Is it the Magnolia Plantation, Middleton Plantation, and Drayton Hall Plantation?
Yes, that's the one I saw. The second one is the one I saw.
And
So go ahead.
no, go ahead, go ahead. I'm excited. I'm excited to get to see you down here.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We haven't done a road trip in a while, and you know, it's just good to get away and plus
Hmm.
I want to get obviously some, good happenings going on and just getting anchored up and loaded for, I think that this is super good and I want to make sure we do it really well. And
We are going to be in some great positioning because one, me and Brandon like literally live like 20 feet apart.
I know it's so funny.
We get Lauren down here. He'll sleep in this room, and potentially like see what we can do to make it happen.
Well, I think this is going to be big, and there's the thing too, like I know that I can't do this alone, and that's I think some of the other pieces that people get stuck into is that they think they can do it all themselves, and you get to the point where you can't, and
Hmm.
you can only there's only so many hours in the day, and you can't do it all, and
Exactly.
that's I kind of wish I'd learned that like 20 years ago.
Well, I think that's a lot of just figuring things out.
Yeah, you try to do it all yourself when you're young, right? And then now you're like, no, I can't do it all myself. So, but that's the thing. So if you think of anything else, pop it over to me. And then Wednesday because I'm having somebody from my team build out all of my organic channels.
Hmm.
So he's taken me and making an AI person, and you should see this one. He so he made this one. I said, okay, Chris, I said, first of all, I'm not that thin and I got bigger boobs. So then he sends me the next one where this girl's boobs are popping up. I was like,
Well,
I
see,
said, well, I did say that, didn't I?
have you seen? I think Laura Lingmeyer. Like
Yes.
she is. I think that's an AI version of her. But people are going crazy over it, and Facebook doesn't care whether I mean they truly don't care. I mean, to them it's just it's just the same thing, if that makes sense.
Well, he just made me laugh when he sent me this picture. You gotta see this. So funny. Look at I said that doesn't exactly look like me, and it was so funny. And he's got these.
But I
It's,
mean, but this is the type of thing, like with the little tweaking, like you can be on, like I mean, I swear, Laura Blameyer, she's showing up in my feed non-stop.
yeah. Well,
I
that's what
mean,
we need to do. We're not. So part of the story is, when I was building my network marketing company, I was one of the company's superstars. Okay.
Mhm.
So I felt like a fraction of what a real celebrity feels, and I would not want to be one. Because anytime I would go anywhere, see any events, it was like clamor, clamor, clamor for Jen, and it's
Mhm.
exhausting. And then I went turtle for like 9 years. like I enjoyed just sitting behind my computer and not having to have a presence, a brand presence. Well, the market is flipped and now we gotta have a brand presence again.
Right.
So
Exactly.
I've recovered after 9 years of hiding.
Well, that's kind of what it takes, you know?
Well, it does, it's a lot, to have a brand presence. There's a lot that has to go with it. So I want to do that where we can map out the structure on it. And because I have some engagement ads and stuff going, but I really want to do that because we're going to have the collateral to do it. So, hey.
I'm excited.
Cool. Well, thanks a bunch. I appreciate you taking me, even though I came back and forth a few times.
It's all good. It's all good. Have a good one. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.